Hi, Stephanie. You ready to start?
Yes, I am.
There we go. Okay, we will reconvene the September 15th, 2020 Santa Rosa City Council meeting. Madam City Clerk, can we take a roll call, please?
Yes, Councilmember Dowd.
Here.
Councilmember Tibbetts.
Here.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Here.
Councilmember Rogers.
Here.
Councilmember Oliveras.
Here.
Vice Mayor Fleming.
Here.
Mayor Schwedhelm.
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present.
Great, thank you for that. So again, I'll go over a couple brief housekeeping comments. Just to remind council members, keep your audio on mute unless you're speaking. Staff will remain muted until needing to speak. As members of the public join the meeting, you'll be participating as an attendee. Your microphone and camera will be muted. Only today's panelists will be viewed during the meeting. If you're calling in from a telephone and choose to speak during the public comments portion of today's agenda, for privacy concerns, the host will be renaming your viewable phone number to resident in the last 4 digits of your phone number. Additionally, the City of Santa Rosa is committed to creating a safe and inclusive environment free from disruption. We will not tolerate any hateful speech or actions and are well staffed to monitor that everyone is participating respectfully or they'll be removed. If necessary, we will also immediately end the meeting. So Madam City Clerk, could you explain how public comments will be heard at today's meeting?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. After each agenda item is presented, the mayor will ask for council member comments and then open it up for public comment. The host in Zoom will be lowering all hands until public comment is open for the agenda item. Once the mayor has called for public comment, the mayor will announce for the public to raise their hand if they wish to speak on the specific agenda item. If you are calling in to listen to the meeting audibly, you can dial *9 to raise your hand. The host will then call on the public who have raised their hands. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes and a timer will appear on the screen for the council and public to see. Once all live public comments have been heard, the meeting host will play voicemail public comments. If you provide a live public comment on an agenda item, but also submitted an email, e-comment, or recorded a voice message public comment, your email, e-comment, or voice message public comment will not be duplicated, read, or played during the meeting. Additionally, there are 2 public comment periods on today's agenda to speak on non-agenda matters, items 13 and 17. This is the time when any person may address the council on matters not listed on this agenda, but which are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council.
Thank you for that. Mr. City Manager, item 3.1, please.
Item 3.1, 2019-20 fiscal year end budget review, long range financial forecast update, an update of CARES Act and PG&E settlement funds. Alan Altum, Interim Chief Financial Officer, presenting.
Hello, Mayor Schwedhelm and members of the council. This study session is an item that we promised back during the budget adoption, which was to return to you after we've closed our books and to provide you with an update of how we finished the prior fiscal year. There's a lot to this presentation, so we'll just jump right into the next slide, please. So this presentation is a joint effort between city staff and management partners. So we'll begin with a review of the general fund budget at the end of the fiscal year 2019-20. And then we'll have Rachel Lead come in and talk about the Transit Enterprise Fund and review their financial status. Management Partners has updated our long-range financial forecast to include impacts from COVID, from our ending the fiscal year, and provides the forecast going forward. So they'll review that. And as a part of reviewing the city's finances, they've come up with some strategies or ideas in how we can try to rectify our structural deficit situations. And then after that wraps up, I will provide some updates on PG&E settlement funds and CARES Act funding, and to provide a bit of a heads up of a couple of council requests that are going to be coming forward in the near future. So with that, I believe Shelley Riley is up. She's our budget and financial analyst manager, and she will take you through the general fund review.
Can you move on to the next slide? And the next one. So I'm going to go over the fiscal year end 1920 general fund update, starting with the general fund revenues. Overall, the fiscal year 1920 total general fund revenue was received at $185.1 million. The revenues are 5.6 or 3% less than the adopted budget. Property tax came in at $30.5 million, a decrease of 5% from the budget due to quicker than anticipated home rebuilds and a slight increase in home prices. Sales tax was $3.4 million or 5.5 less than the expected budget for a total received of $58.4 million. The last few months of the fiscal year experienced almost a 10% decrease in sales tax. Utility users tax was slightly higher than expected at a total of $10.7 million. Motor vehicle license fees came in right at budget at $14.7 million with a less than 1% variance. Other tax revenues were slightly more than budget at a total of $25.5 million, but not all revenues in this category outpaced the budget. Franchise fees and cannabis business tax were higher than the budget. Franchise fees saw an additional $800,000 over the forecast, mainly from garbage disposal fees collected. And cannabis revenue tax was $540,000 higher than expected as well. Meanwhile, transient occupancy tax revenue was $660,000 less than the budget, and real property transfer tax was $440,000 less, almost a 12% decrease for each of these revenues. Interfund charges are at $13.1 million, $1 million less than the budget. This decrease was mainly driven by lower than budgeted actual costs in the utility billing division. These costs are reimbursed to the general fund by the water department. Permits, fines, and other charges for services were at $14.7 million for the year, $1.3 million less than budget. Planning fees, plan review fees, and engineering fees were $800,000 less than expected. Also, police services revenue for safety personnel at special events was reduced by $500,000, mainly due to the shelter-in-place order. The pandemic had the greatest impact percentage-wise on recreation and park fees, down almost 40% from the budget to a total of $2.2 million. On the expenditure side, the city did see some salary savings from reduced temporary seasonal employees who would normally run these rec and park programs. Intergovernmental interest and other was $400,000 less than the budget. Included in the $15 million received was the annual $1.2 million for the Roseland annexation from the county. Also $3.4 million from the dissolution of the Roseland Fire District was received from the county. Early in the year, we received $1.3 million from PG&E for pavement restoration within the Tubbs fire burn areas. We also received over $1 million in grants and donations, $1 million from FEMA for direct administrative cost reimbursement, and the city also received the first CARES Act payment for $715,000. The majority of these revenues have offsetting expenditures or are assigned to projects. Again, the total revenue generated in the general fund was 185 million, just 3% less than the budget. The next slide, please. The next slide is the general fund operating expenditures. Overall, 1920 actual expenditures were 168 million, 4.5 million less than the budget. Salary and benefit costs were 131.4 million, 3.6 million, and 2.7% less than budget. The savings was primarily due to the hiring freeze put in place the last few months of the fiscal year, as well as less seasonal temporary staff. Service and supplies was almost 1 million less than the budget at a total of 36.5 million. And this savings was spread across all departments in the general fund. Next slide. Now we'll go into the status of the general fund reserves. The fiscal year 1920 unaudited reserve amount is 28.4 million, leaving the general fund reserves at 16% of budgeted expenditures. This reserve level is a direct result of the actions council took during the budget adoption in June. At that time, it was agreed to return 10 million of capital investment funds back to the general fund, which boosted the reserves to policy level. After using these funds to balance the current fiscal year's budget deficit of 18 million, plus the anticipated 5 million in savings from the continuing hiring freeze, the reserves at fiscal year end 2021 are estimated to be 15.3 million, 8.5% of the general fund budgeted expenditures. Without any other intervention, the general fund reserves are estimated to be 11.5 million, less than the policy by fiscal year end. That is the conclusion of my presentation. As Alan mentioned, management partners will discuss the future of the general fund later in the presentation. Is there any questions before we go on to Rachel Edith with the transit enterprise section?
Council, any questions? Mr. Rogers.
Yeah, just a quick question, Shelley. I didn't quite catch it. You said sales tax was down 10% over what time period?
Over the last 3 months.
Over the last 3 months? Great. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Council, any additional questions? Seeing none, thank you, Shelley.
Thank you.
Okay, this is Rachel E., Deputy Director of Transportation and Public Works. I appreciate the opportunity to come back to Council after a study session last month to give you an update, a more detailed update on our financial status going into 2021 as we continue to navigate this pandemic and the related recession. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So I'll begin with a recap of fiscal 1920. There's actually some good news here, both on the revenue and the expenditure side, that's put us in a bit better position to navigate the current year as well as the years ahead. So in terms of our revenues, we had budgeted $15.2 million in operating revenue for fiscal 1920. And I'll direct you for the moment to the subtotal line. Our actual regular revenues came in at about 14.2 million. But as you know, we were fortunate to receive a significant infusion from the transit relief package in the CARES Act of about $2.5 million. With that CARES Act revenue, we were actually able to end the year about $1.4 million ahead in terms of revenue. Now that number may actually be a bit lower. It might be closer to $1 million. There's a possibility we'll still see a rescission in our TDA funds. That's not clear yet, but in any case, we did finish the year ahead in terms of revenues. Next slide, please. Before I jump into our expenditures, I just want to give a little bit of background because fiscal 1920 was an important year for us as we implemented our recovery strategy from our structural deficit that was identified about 3 years ago. So in the past several years, our operating reserve has been gradually eroded to assist in funding our essential capital maintenance activities as a result of that structural deficit. We had planned 1920 to be a really important pivot year in our strategy, where not only were we planning to save enough to restore our operating reserve to 15%, but also begin a modest but important annual capital set aside to basically refund our capital program, fill the hole that had been created over the past several years, and get back on a more sustainable path. Next slide, please. So the good news is that we were successful. We were able to achieve our planned savings, and as a result of the pandemic, this might be the only silver lining we've got in transit of the pandemic, but because we had some reduced operating costs from our hiring freeze we implemented in March, as well as the lowest service levels we've been operating, where we have fuel savings, savings on overtime, savings on maintenance, we actually were able to save about $2 million against our original budget in fiscal 19-20. Next slide, please. So I'll follow that through to how that impacts our reserves, but I do want to give a little bit of background on our TDA reserve because it is something that's pretty unique to transit. So as you all know, State Transportation Development Act revenues are a major source of operating funding. We receive an annual allocation and we file a claim annually to claim as much of that annual allocation as we need for our operating and capital needs. So in the past several years, we've been claiming every cent of it. We've been using all of our allocation as opposed to setting some aside for capital or restoring our operating reserve. So not only have we been pulling down our full allocation, we've been eroding our operating reserve for capital. So our goal, once again, for fiscal 19-20 was to turn that trend around, get back on a sustainable path, restore the reserve, and reestablish the capital set aside. Next slide, please. So entering fiscal 19-20, we had an operating reserve of about 8.8%, a little over 1.3 million, and we had nothing set aside for capital. Beginning the current fiscal year with our anticipated return to our TDA reserve of a little over 3.5 million, thanks in large part to the CARES Act revenue, we've fully restored our operating reserve to $2.3 million, and we have a capital set aside of about 2.6 million. That's great news, but the caveat is that those funds are filling a hole that's been created over several years where we weren't making that annual capital allocation due to that structural deficit. So of that $2.6 million, 1.9 is needed for our immediate capital needs, and a large part of that is the local match for our federal grants. Most of our federal grants require a 20% local match. Our operating grant requires a 50% local match. It also is targeted for things like our required hybrid engine replacements and some capital maintenance activities over the next year or so. The remaining funds could be greatly needed in some of our priority projects that are underfunded at this point in time, including completion of electrification infrastructure at MSCS to begin our battery electric bus program, as well as a very large bus procurement that's coming down the line around 2023. It's a 7-bus procurement. If those are electric buses, we're talking about $7 million that we need to assemble. We've got some of that funding assembled, but there's a gap of several $1 million. Next slide, please. So jumping into fiscal 2021, in terms of what our current revenue projections are, back in January, we budgeted revenues of $14.6 million. We project the revenues from our regular funding sources to come in only at about $10.4 million based on what we know today. Luckily, we have another CARES Act allocation for fiscal 2021. It's smaller, it's about 1.6 million, but it does narrow the gap to about $2.6 million between what we originally budgeted and our projected revenues for the current fiscal year. Next slide, please. So this chart just provides a revenue comparison between fiscal 19-20 and the current fiscal year. Revenues were already depressed in fiscal 19-20, specifically in TDA, which is sales tax based, STA, which is fuel tax based, and of course our fare revenue. This chart just shows that in the current fiscal year, when we have a full year of pandemic and recession era operations, we're expecting those revenue impacts to be much greater than they were last year. Next slide, please. So to sum up where we are today for fiscal 2021, based on the most recent projections, we had an original operating budget of 15.1 million. Including our CARES Act allocation, we're projecting operating revenues of 12 million. With some of the savings we're already achieving from the hiring freeze as well as reduced service levels, we think we can end the year without any further action between 13 and 13.5 million in expenditures, which means our projected remaining deficit is between $1 million and $1.5 million. Next slide, please. So to conclude, I just want to review some of the unique challenges and considerations that we're grappling with as we address this remaining deficit for fiscal 2021. Some of these are well known to all of you. Of course, we all have significant uncertainty related to the timing and extent of revenue recovery, especially in areas that are more impacted by the pandemic and the recession, such as sales tax, fuel tax, and fair revenue. We anticipate this to be a multi-year revenue impact. At this point, we don't anticipate any additional emergency relief funding specific for transit. And for this reason, there is a strong case to be made to limit use of our operating reserve in fiscal 2021. If we look forward to fiscal 21-22, it's likely there won't be the $1.5 to $2.5 million transit emergency relief bailout. We need to be able to absorb that additional gap in the next year and beyond as revenues recover over time. Similarly, we need to be careful thinking about using our capital set aside for operating. It takes us in the wrong direction in terms of our structural deficit. We just have gotten to a point where we're beginning to fill the hole that we've been climbing out of for the last several years. And we want to make sure that any action we take doesn't solve a short-term problem and then put us in a much bigger problem in terms of our longer-term financial sustainability. Next slide, please. Another factor specific to the pandemic and the recession, we're not achieving or don't anticipate to achieve the same rate of attrition that could result in some additional labor cost savings that we would see in a regular year, given the economy and the additional factor that we do have 11 staff who are out on leave due to their being over 65 or having a medical condition that puts them at risk for COVID. A last point I'll mention, which I did bring up at the study session, but it is a significant issue, is because of the 6-foot social distancing requirement on our buses, there is a unique financial and staffing constraint that we're working within, particularly when schools go back in session. Whenever that happens, that's going to put a lot of strain on the system. If we're to maintain no more than 10 to 12 people on a bus, there is going to be a point where we hit a ceiling of what we have the means to put out on the street and the staffing level that can support that. And at that point, we might be in a situation where we do have to consider passing up passengers, which is something a transit operator never wants to do. So that's just an overview of some of the unique and challenging additional considerations that we're grappling with as we address this deficit. So with that, I can answer any questions the council may have, or I can turn it back to Shelley.
Great, thank you for that, Rachel. Council, any questions for Rachel? Not seeing any. Thank you for that presentation, Rachel.
So, Mayor Schweidhelm, before I introduce management partners who will take over the next part of this presentation, I just want to mention at the outset that their management partners was asked to come in and not only look at our long-range financial forecast, but also provide any and all suggestions, options that may be available to help the city with its financial condition. We asked them to be very thorough and to really leave no stones unturned. And as such, that's what they're about to present to you. It is by no means a done deal on any part of this. This is the council first seeing what they think their opportunities are. We want the council to be able to provide us input to see if there's anything missing or if just in general what the comments are. And then we will come back in the early 2021 and go with next steps in developing the budget. So with that, we have management partners is with us. There are 4 members of the team, I believe is here. Andy Belknap, Steve Toller, Bob Leland, and Rick Hayden. And with that, I think I'll just turn this over to them and let them deal with the next part, and then I'll step in after their area.
Okay, thank you, Alan. I'm Andy Belknap with Management Partners, and as Alan mentioned, here with Steve Toller, Bob Leland, and Rick Hayden. Could we have the next slide, please? I'll just give some introductory comments, and then we're going to turn it over first to look at three slides actually about the financial forecast, and then we'll talk about the strategies. But as Alan said, we were retained to do a couple of things for the city. The first was to create a fiscal model to predict and track the financial performance over the next several years as we deal with the COVID-19 recession and the special impacts that is having on the city. The second major work product we had was to develop solutions to whatever fiscal challenges we see in the fiscal model by looking at city operations and from a variety of perspectives. So we looked at what additional revenues might the city generate. We looked at how can services be delivered or reconfigured to get greater efficiency. We looked at alternative service delivery approaches that the city might choose to utilize. And we looked finally at what service reductions could be made, which would do the least harm to the city organization and the community. I want to emphasize that this work was done without reference to the PG&E settlement monies because we wanted to give the city council the maximum flexibility in how to deal with this situation. And as Alan was saying, we looked at all possible solutions. Many of them would be difficult to implement, and we recognize that, and we'll talk about that as we go through them. I would say that there's nothing that we're suggesting that hasn't been successfully utilized in a California setting. So all the ideas are tried and true in that regard. So could we have the next slide? And I'll turn it over now to Bob Leland to talk about the forecast.
Okay, thank you, Andy. Mayor and council members, Bob Leland with Management Partners. So we have on the screen now a summary of the baseline forecast. And we have it in two different looks. The one on top is the baseline forecast before the initial budget adjustments that the city has moved ahead on. And on the bottom, what it looks like after those adjustments have been made. So on the left, you have the annual change in general fund balance. So that's the annual surplus or shortfall. On the right is the general fund balance after the various shortfall amounts. And you can see that before the initial budget adjustments, the forecast is pretty clearly in two different phases. The first 5 or 6 years represents COVID-19 losses. That's fiscal 20 through 25. And then starting in 26 and thereafter, you have the impact of the expiration of the sales taxes, assuming that they're not renewed. So two completely different worlds with the cutoff point being about fiscal year 25. Now, also during this whole period, pension costs continue to increase. And so that's going on in the background. So absent any corrective budget actions at all, the general fund would be in deficit by the end of fiscal year 22, which is next fiscal year. Okay, that's what we're looking at on top. Now we'll go down to the same two charts on the bottom. After two budget adjustments, the first being council has approved releasing $10 million in general fund balance, which moves from a reserve for capital projects to unassigned balance. So that's one item, a one-time resource. And then the second is the impact of the hiring freeze that council has approved. which is about $5.2 million. And we're assuming that for 1 year. Now, it can be, of course, kept in effect longer, but we're assuming for 1 year at this point. The sum of those two actions, which is about $15 million worth of corrections, pushes the deficit date back 2 years so that it's by the end of fiscal year 24, assuming no other actions were taken. But as you can see in that lower right-hand chart, the balance does continue to go negative, and that's not a situation that can be allowed to happen. So that is why we are presenting strategies in this report as a means of plugging the rest of the gap. As Andy mentioned, these charts are before receipt of the PG&E settlement and CARES Act funds. So in other words, we are not counting on them being available to make the situation better at this point. I have to say that the PG&E settlement money is a unique asset available to the city. Our other clients are not in a position where such a large sum of money, $95 million, suddenly becomes available. And so we'll take a look at how that might be deployed as one strategy in dealing with the overall situation. But this right here is the forecast before we get into corrective measures. Okay, next slide, please. So we put together 4 broad scenarios, and the first 2 of them are on this slide. And I'll show you just how critical the PG&E settlement issue is to determining how much of remaining cut or increase in revenue would be required. So we have scenarios A and B here, and scenario A assumes that $30 million of the $95 million PG&E settlement is available to bolster general fund reserves. If that were the case, and the frozen vacancy savings are kept in effect for 5 years, not 1, but 5, the $10 million capital funds we've already mentioned, so we have that, and then all 3 of the quarter-cent local sales tax rates would need to be renewed, including the public safety tax, because the assumption is that if that tax were to be eliminated, the general fund would be on the hook for supporting the staff currently paid by that tax, unless, of course, the services are to be reduced and the staff eliminated. So all 3 taxes need to be renewed. So those first 3 items are common to all the scenarios. The key then is this $30 million from PG&E. If that were done, no additional budget reductions would be needed to achieve the fund balance you see in the lower left under the scenario A. The fund balance is either above the reserve goal, or by the time you get to 28 and 29, slightly below it, but basically $30 million commitment could, all other things being equal, keep the balance at a reasonable level. And I have to emphasize, these are all a snapshot in time, given what we know of the economy and pension costs at this point. As we get new information, these numbers could go up or down. Okay, scenario B, the second scenario in the chart in the lower right, you achieve pretty much the same outcome, but at this point, if only $20 million of PG&E settlement is available to bolster reserves, then it would take a relatively small amount, $1.5 million in either budget cuts or revenue increases starting fiscal year 22. That's less than 1% of the total amount of general fund expenditures, so it's relatively modest. So again, these 2 scenarios are where a fairly substantial portion of the PG&E settlement is used to help balance the budget. So now when we go to the next slide, we'll see scenarios C and D. And again, we're ratcheting down the portion of the PG&E settlement available to help replace general fund reserves. So scenario C is 10 million of the 95 million. If that's the case, then in order to achieve the fund balance in the chart on the lower left, you would need $5 million of either budget reductions or revenue increase. And that's about 2.5% of total budget. And that would need to be implemented in fiscal year 22. However, by fiscal year 25, $4 million of that $5 million could be restored because there'd be sufficient cash flow. The balance would still drop some, but it would be 36 million as of fiscal year 29. So that's scenario C. The lower PG&E settlement requires higher level of cut. So now let's go to scenario D. In that case, none of the PG&E settlement is assumed to be available. If that is the case, that would require $8 million in budget reductions or revenue increase. And again, revenue increase in addition to the local sales tax is all being renewed. And that $8 million is a little over 4% of the expenditure budget. $7 million of that could be restored starting in fiscal year 25, again, with the cash flow provided by restoring the sales tax rates. So you can see that all four of these scenarios basically end up in the same place, but they are due to a different combination of PG&E settlement and then remaining budget cuts or revenue increases. I should mention too that all of these scenarios exclude the $2.1 million CARES Act money. And we exclude it simply to give the city the maximum amount of flexibility in determining what your priorities are for the use of the money. It can either be used to offset unbudgeted costs, and you could leave it at that, in which case, if the costs are already incorporated into the forecast, that's a net savings. Or with the additional increase in balance, you could take that and dedicate it to some new expense that's not in the forecast. So to give you flexibility, we have not built that $2 million in. And then again, the PG&E settlement is going to vary as low as 0 from scenario D up to 30 million in scenario A. So that's the segue to go into our budget strategies. And at this point, Steve is going to take over. I'm going to move to the next slide.
Okay, actually, Andy's going to handle a few more of these slides.
Okay.
Then I'm going to hand it over to Steve, and Rick will also chime in as necessary. Just to give you an introduction to these strategies, there's about 24 of them, so we'll have to go pretty quickly over each one. We did evaluate the feasibility of the strategies using this sort of matrix, looking at sort of high, medium, and low in terms of how much is it worth to the city and how difficult is it to do. I can tell you there's not many minimal difficulty strategies that get you over $1 million a year. Most of those have already been taken, and that's just the place we find ourselves in. But we find this a useful reference because there's no strategy is created equal. And we use this not to rank them so much, but to think about timing and think about whether it's something that would have higher sort of implementation costs than are justifiable. Next slide, please. So your problem is, as Bob just outlined it, is worst case, using no PG&E money, about $8 million a year. So we're giving you plenty of choices here that add up to about 60 million in terms of things that could be done. And we'll start with actually the largest category, which in this case happens to be revenues. Next slide. So our first revenue option, and again, I'm going to have to cram a lot of information into about 30 seconds here, but the first option would be to modify the business license tax. Long story short, Santa Rosa's business license tax has been on the books a long time. It has not been modernized. The caps that are contained in it have been eroded by inflation. This would require a vote, but the revenue potential is there. As you can see, depending on how you adjust things, the revenue potential is anywhere from $1.5 million to perhaps even higher. But this is something that from a revenue standpoint, you're sort of below the market in the business license tax. Next slide, please. Now this one, renewing the existing sales tax measures, this is the only thing in this slide deck which is considered to be a must do. These revenue sources are necessary to the basic operating of the city, and none of these are a new tax. These are existing taxes. They're already on the books, but they're very important. It's very important to maintain these tax revenues. And I emphasize, not a new tax, maintain existing revenues. Next slide, please. Another thing which could be done is we noticed in looking at your fees for services, this applies primarily to recreation programs and some building, planning, and engineering cost recovery. And in both cases, it looks like there's an opportunity for the city to update its fee structure and obtain additional revenues for the general fund. We looked at revenue first in recreation, where we found that a typical strategy is to use that sort of pyramid type approach where you heavily subsidize programs that give you what we would call a public good or a community benefit. And then as you go up to the more specialized things, you recover more of the cost. Typically in the planning, building, and engineering area, you would try to recover all of your costs, which we don't think that you are currently, and that could be an area that's updated in both ways. Next slide, please. Another thing the city could do would be modify, I should have mentioned on that last slide, that those fee revenues, that is something that you can do as a city council. It doesn't require a vote. In California today, most significant revenue actions do require a vote. And that is true of the utility user tax, which is another area that could be tweaked. Just like, just like the business license tax. This one has been on the books a little while. It could be modernized, specifically modernized by including wireless as one of the things that's taxed. You are below the statewide median when it comes to this revenue source in terms of what it brings in on a per capita basis. So we think a pretty good case can be made for modification of the UUT. Probably would be worth at least $1 million annually for the city of Santa Rosa. Next slide, please. The other thing you have, this may be a little more problematic of a strategy, but you have the real property transfer tax revenues currently used primarily for homeless programs, but also for your housing authority. And the city has for some time has wanted to put a cap on how much is transferred into these two programs and thereby benefit the general fund. And what it looks like the trend really will be that if the trend continues as it has been going, you will need to supply additional funding to these programs, primarily the homeless program. But this would be an option, albeit one of those more difficult to implement types of options. Next slide, please. This one, I think, would be a little easier. You've got a cap on your current cannabis tax rate, and you are not charging all the way up to the current cap level. So you have some room to increase the cannabis tax level. And one of the things we've learned about cannabis is it's pretty inelastic. The demand doesn't change all that much as the economy changes. And we notice other cities getting more from this revenue source than Santa Rosa. For example, Vallejo is pulling in about $3 million a year. And Santa Rosa is getting about $1.8 million, and you're a larger city. So this is something we think could be looked at. And this is another benefit of this one is you would not, you could take action without any kind of vote because you've got room in the cap. Next slide, please. And I'm going to turn it over now to Steve Toler. We're going to shift gears a little bit and talk about the expenditure side of the budget. And Steve Toler is going to take over from me here.
Great. Thanks, Andy. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and council members. As Andy said, I'm going to cover some of the expenditure reduction strategies, and to the extent possible, we always try to come up with strategies that would try to maintain service levels to the fullest extent possible, whether they be expenditure controls or shifting costs in a way that are legally allowed, but would help to either squeeze the nickel a little bit better or to make things a little bit more cost effective in terms of your existing services, or look at the potential for service delivery alternatives that would change the way that you deliver services, but at least, maintain service levels to the fullest extent possible. And to the extent that that is not achievable or the revenue enhancements aren't achievable, the city is going to have to look at service level reductions. And so we've got a variety of different strategies here for you to consider, depending on what occurs as you, identify what strategies you want to move forward with. This first item here, item number 7, is under the concept of how do you reduce the cost of services that you're currently providing. A lot of agencies right now are looking at the costs associated with safety employees as it relates to your CalPERS pension costs. And some agencies, what they do is they look at administrative functions that are being handled by sworn positions and transitioning those to what are called civilian, or as PERS would call them, miscellaneous employees. And those are areas that you're currently doing, like training, recruitment, testing, employee wellness, weed abatement, some issues that are going on there that would allow you to potentially transition some staff in that area. That has the potential of being able to generate some savings of about $500,000 if certain key positions were transitioned into those being more civilianized. Next slide is option number 8, which is looking at your existing memoranda of understanding with bargaining units. Clearly, this would require meet and confer obligations, but the opportunity to try to partner with employee groups and find ways to look at the memorandum of understanding and reduce some of the cost inefficiencies that might exist within there, whether they relate to work rules, whether they relate to how and to what extent longevity pay is paid out, and tiering perhaps some of those benefits, to looking at health premiums and how those are being handled. There is the potential, based on how much benefits are provided and some of the other work rules that are in your MOUs, to potentially save about $1 million, but there's going to be a struggle. It takes 2 to tango to do that. It would require partnering with employee groups through a meet and confer process. The next slide talks about the opportunity to be able to reduce administration. When you're looking at needing to reduce costs, a lot of times you want to focus on the direct program expenses and maintain those to the fullest extent possible and reduce some of the administration that's behind the scenes. And this is an example of that, which would be to look at various positions throughout the organization with a target of about 4 full-time employees across multiple departments to to reduce the amount of administration, reassign some of that. It is a service level reduction. It reduces capacity to be able to deal with research and analysis and other issues behind the scenes. But again, this is a viable strategy that other cities have implemented. About $700,000 would be the impact for this one. The next slide is another concept in terms of civilianization of safety areas, and this is in the area of police. You have some vacancies. You have 5 vacant officer positions, and this strategy would invoke changing the way that those 5 positions have previously provided services and reshuffling some of those positions and hiring instead community service officers, which are about $100,000 less. Granted, they're not able to do the same things that a police officer, a fully sworn police officer, can do. And we also look back at a 2018 study that did not recommend fewer officers for you. Nonetheless, this is another strategy that other agencies have been looking at in terms of reducing costs for law enforcement services, and in this case, those 5 positions could yield about $500,000 savings if that was moved forward with. The next slide, strategy 11, is almost like it's a budget strategy, really. Not an expenditure reduction strategy, but more of a budget strategy in that you currently budget for separation costs, payout of vacation leave, sick leave balances, etc. In a kind of a centralized area. And that's a best practice that a lot of cities do, to be able to offload departments from having to worry about budgeting those and budgeting those on a global level. However, when you're dealing with structural deficit like you are currently facing, that's an option that perhaps is more of a luxury. And instead, what other agencies are doing is having to live within their means of their existing expenditure resources to be able to deal with those separation costs. So currently that budget amount is $1.5 million. If this were implemented, it would put the onus on departments or ultimately on the city manager through a budget policy to shuffle costs around such that departments are having to live in total, are having to live within the means in terms of what has been appropriated. So if this were implemented, it would be about $1.5 million savings off of your budgeted general fund expenditures. The next strategy, strategy 12, would require meet and confer, or actually this one would not. There's another one that would. This one is again another budget issue in terms of when we went back and looked, as you see in the chart on the right here, about what your budgeted healthcare costs were versus what actually was expended. The city is conservative in its budgeting of health benefits, and so there could be an opportunity in the budget process to reduce the amount of conservatism in those benefit levels that could end up shaving down your budgeted healthcare costs of about $700,000. Now, some of this is relative to vacancies that have existed over the last couple of years, but when we looked at it in the last few years with the methodology that was used to benefit healthcare costs, there is the opportunity to be able to reduce some of those costs by about $700,000 a year. The next strategy, strategy 13, would require meet and confer, and this would be to cap healthcare contributions at their current levels. A lot of cities have moved into this framework with their employees to be able to manage the growth of healthcare costs, and when you're sharing on a percentage basis up to 100%. In your case, it's more than about 90%. When you're sharing those costs, you're at the whim of whatever goes on with healthcare, and some agencies have put a cap on that and saying that we will fund it up to a certain level, and that's what it will be for the long term. And so implementing a strategy like that could potentially reduce the city's exposure long term to the healthcare growth that we've seen in recent years, and that would potentially have an impact long term of about $900,000 per year. Of course, that comes with the need need to partner with employee groups in that area, but could end up having an impact long-term in terms of recruitment and retention of employees, depending on what the employee market looks like. The next slide, slide 14, or strategy 14, is doing an organizational assessment. And this is, again, trying to find ways to squeeze the nickel a little bit better in terms of process improvements, cost efficiencies, and other changes in service delivery, or even identifying services that really either could be done a different way or maybe don't need to be done at all, especially in light of the strategic plan work that you've recently done. And our experience in doing these organizational assessments for the city of the size of Santa Rosa could yield about $1 million in expenditure reductions and enhancements when that was done, whether it's done by somebody on the outside or whether staff just takes a really cold, hard look at being able to improve operations and the structure of how the city's programs are delivered. The next slide, strategy 15, would require meet and confer with bargaining groups, but this would be a concept of foregoing merit increases for 1 year. And as you know, the city has a current pay plan of which employees start somewhere in that pay plan, and then they can progress up to ultimately what the top step is of the pay plan. It's for those employees that start at something below the top step of the pay plan that each year they would have an increase that would be invoked. If the city were to put a 1 year freeze on those merit increases, it basically lowers the transition or the slide of terms of the growth of healthcare costs, and that foregoing that increase in 1 year could end up impacting the general fund by about $900,000 per year. And some of these strategies, of course, aren't just general fund related. They would relate to enterprise funds as well. So there's the opportunity that some of those costs would end up being reduced as a result of something that would be more agency-wide as opposed to just focus in the general fund. The next slide 6, or strategy 16, would be to take a comprehensive look at how overtime is currently managed. And let's face it, the Tubbs fire was a catastrophic event for the city, and you incurred a significant amount of overtime in that year. And that's what you're seeing on the right-hand side here with this significant increase in fiscal 18 for overtime. That said, the city's overtime costs have historically been above what was in the budget. Now, some of that is being able to deal with minimum staffing requirements and being able to live within the current means and the ability to be able to recruit positions. And so, turnover has led to the need to use overtime. But we would suggest that there's an opportunity to take a fresh look at how that's being managed in light of the overall salary and compensation costs to determine if there's an opportunity to be able to reduce the total budgeted costs each year. And that, is potential of just over about $1 million. The next slide 17, addresses some vacant positions that you currently have. And again, this is under the concept of trying to minimize the impact on existing employees, filled positions. This would look at maintaining, as Bob had indicated earlier, those those frozen vacant positions for 5 years. It's incorporated in that baseline forecast, and it's something that the city is going to have to strongly consider in light of all the other different strategies that you are going to be exploring for implementation to bring fiscal sustainability to the city. The next slide, strategy 18, would leverage some of those vacant positions, perhaps, or currently filled positions to create more vacancies that could end up being maintained vacant for the long term. And this would be to introduce retirement incentives to be able to reduce some additional positions. And based on the number of folk that you have that are near retirement age that you could end up looking at here. It would give you an opportunity to potentially long-term reduce your cost by about $1.5 million. But the concept here, and that's net of any retirement incentives you would have to provide. But again, the concept here is that those positions would be eliminated long-term, or at least during the phase in which you're going to need that 21 to 25 period, as Bob indicated earlier. The next slide, slide 19. Right now, from a budgeting perspective, there is an assumed turnover that is occurring, and based on the history of those turnovers, if you eliminated 25% of those positions that are vacated over the next 2 years, irrespective of retirement incentives or other things that may go on, that could end up on a top end be able to save the city general fund by about just over $3.5 million. It gives you a little bit more of an opportunity to take a look strategically if you're only doing 25% of those positions as opposed to all positions that are vacated, just freeze them, and give some leverage based on some principles that could be established by the council to the city manager in making some decisions in terms of what positions should be filled versus which positions perhaps should be vacated. So there's that as a strategy. 2 more strategies to go. Strategy 20, the next slide, is reducing some of the increases that you have for capital funding, and clearly that's a best practice to make sure that you're setting aside money for resources that are not otherwise available to be able to fund underfunded or deferred maintenance of different capital requirements that you have. You have increased that in the last couple of years or so. We've incorporated in the model about $4 million. If that was ratcheted down to what your CIP plan is, your approved CIP plan is, that would be about a $1.8 million savings. Again, that could be done something that's in the short term to get you through these next few years, and such that by 26, 27, depending on what happens with revenue, sales tax measures, et cetera, would give you some more breathing room in terms of your general fund expenditures. And the final budget strategy, the next slide, 21, is currently in the model, there's an assumption that's built in that the city would increase its general fund headcount, number of employees, by 2 positions per year. This would be one that would be very simple to implement, and just saying that no, during a time when we're cutting, we are not going to increase full-time employees. And so this is really, again, a budget strategy in terms of reducing the assumptions in those future years, and depending on which positions those were, and eliminating them in future budget iterations, because as you go over 10 years, you're looking at increasing by your headcount by 20 full-time employee positions. This would end up having an annual impact of about $500,000, but that would continue to grow over time. So I'm going to turn it back over to Andy to wrap up, and then we can address any questions that you might have.
Okay, thanks, Steve. Could we have the next slide? Thank you for your patience, Mayor and members of the council. This is a summary slide of the budget strategies we've just gone over. Again, the city is facing over the next 3 years about a need for about $8 million in either additional revenues or expenditure reductions. On the right-hand side, we've listed the strategies that make the most seem to have the sort of the best score overall on our difficulty gain matrix. Of course, the key strategy right at the top, and the one I mentioned at the beginning, is renew the local sales taxes. That's absolutely crucial, and that's got to be the first priority. After that's done, you're looking at $8 million and lots of different opportunities for addressing that $8 million need. And we've listed some of the ones that we think are a pretty good, I guess you'd call it a value proposition that from our perspective look good, which come up with about $13 million in impact. So I think I'll just pause there and ask if there are any questions that we could answer.
Yeah, Andy, would it be helpful? I mean, how do you want the feedback? There's so much information there. Do you want to just go with questions from council, and then after we hear all the questions, give feedback, or what would be your preference?
So I think both, Mayor, and I just want to give the council some clarity that we are preparing to take this back over the next several months to work with the long-term finance committee when we come back, as Alan mentioned at the beginning, to come back with strategies. But it would be good to get some general direction on some of these, that if there is some council desire to elevate those, so there's a message given to the long-term finance committee. There's a lot of work that needs to happen over the next quarter to come back with some strategies going into budget and goal setting next year around this. So it'd be good to get questions, but it would also good for staff to have some areas of interest within this very complex slide deck. But we will be going back to the long-term finance committee to look at each of these strategies and come back with recommendations to the council.
Okay, thank you for that. Council, any specific questions? Mr. Dowd.
Well, having read through this myself in preparation for this meeting and then listening to this presentation, I think you've stated it from management partners that it is very complex. And obviously the things that first jump in mind is that I really do agree with your concept that the renewing of the local sales tax rates is really critical. And then kind of from bottom up in terms of low difficulty of implementation towards very difficult. And the long range planning should work on kind of those strategic solutions by the difficulty that has been placed with it, and start with the low, and if we need to get to some of the more difficult.
Mr. Tibbetts.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'll start with a question, and actually, Sue, this question is for you. I think when I just started on the city council, one of the things that I became aware of was the LAIF, which is our investment fund where we send some money. And I was concerned because the interest rates were typically in kind of the 1% to 2% range. And I asked at the time, is there a reason why we're not getting a better percentage in a different fund? And the response that if my memory serves, and this is the question, was we can't invest taxpayer money in anything that is considered risky. Is that the case?
There are state laws that restrict how public monies are invested, but I wouldn't be able to tell you today exactly what those parameters are, and I don't know if any of the folks from management partners also would want to weigh in on that, but there are state standards that apply across the board, but I don't have the specifics right now.
No worries. Yeah, if anybody happens to know, that'd be great, but maybe if we could look it up. The other reason why I'm asking is I think at the time, it was actually your predecessor who told me this. At the time, she did say that the only funds that could be used in a more aggressive investment is settlement funds that come from outside the conventional, I guess, tax and pay structure. And the reason why I bring this up is I'm curious to the management partners guys. We're going to be getting this $95 million from PG&E, and there's going to be a frenzy about what to do with it. But is there any scenario with which, assuming the law allows it, we could put it into a conservative or moderately conservative investment fund and earn 3-4% on that money per year, which could be in the $3 to $5 million range based on my estimates? And then how could that help in getting us to where we need to go, but also keeping the city in a really strong cash position as well in case there's a big expense down the road that we need to draw from.
I can touch on that, and then Steve can probably provide more detail, but as Sue was saying, after the bankruptcy of Orange County, I don't know, 20 plus years ago, the state passed really restrictive regulations on how municipalities can invest. And it's essentially keeping it in cash and liquid equivalents. And that's what LAIF does. The traditional approach to getting a better return for cities is to look at a pension obligation bond where you actually borrow money to invest in the equities. But there's a lot of risks associated with that. You're in a unique position with the PG&E monies, and that would need to be studied as sort of a separate item. Steve, do you have anything you can add to that?
Just further in terms of investment management, the government code is what limits the things that you can invest in. And in essence, it's basically those debt securities for the most part that have an expiration date of no greater than 5 years from the date that you purchased them. So as you can imagine, you can't look at 20 or 30-year bonds. You have to look at basically things that are within the 5-year range. And, and you're not allowed to invest in any, really mutual funds, equities like we do on a personal basis, right? Again, under the concept that Andy indicated, which Orange County was almost 40 years ago now, Andy, it's crazy, that long ago, that we saw, those limitations being put in. And that's what Andy was saying, is that are there ways, if you're spending money right now that has an inherent interest rate that's a lot higher than what you can get in the marketplace, given the limit of what you can invest that money in, then there might be opportunities to be able to save you long term. So that's why when people have large sums of money, whether it's been built up with reserves or one-time monies that are not otherwise earmarked for other projects, they might go ahead and look at buying down their OPEB obligations, pre-funding that into an irrevocable trust that allows you to set that money aside, and that money, because it's in an irrevocable trust, can be earned at much higher rates because you aren't limited with what the government code has for what's considered excess cash reserves. So I hope that's helpful.
It was helpful, Steve, and I think Sean brought us that irrevocable trust concept, or it came up during a pension buy down discussion that we had here a couple of years ago. And was that explored at all as well, looking at how much buy down could we achieve, and then looking at the long-term savings?
Councilmember, we are looking at that, and it will be. We felt we couldn't ignore the PG&E funds, especially since the PG&E funds are being proposed as a solution set in today's conversation. But that will come back when we come back in October. Our intent is to bring back some of that additional information for what PG&E. It's hard to separate the two because we need it as a potential balancing tool, but we will be having that conversation when we come back and talk PG&E funds at the end of October.
Okay, thank you, Sean. And Sue, I would be really curious to know if settlement funds are treated differently outside of the government code scope Steve was talking about, because again, it was 40 years ago, my memory could be fuzzy, but your predecessor, I believe, did say that settlement funds were the only things that could be used outside the traditional scope of business and investment in the city. So, and I bring that up obviously because, again, I think anything the city can do to maintain, relative liquidity with those funds to address any future needs, whether they're emergencies or large capital community projects, we have the ability to pull from it, but it's also yielding an interest or a dividend that can help the city sustain itself and reduce its service reductions in the future. I would really love to see that from staff. Tom, do you want me to go into, oh, sorry, Sue.
I was just going to say, we'll do a little more research, and I'll work with management partners as well. And we'll come back with some of those parameters when we come back in October.
Okay, super. I really appreciate it. And I guess, Tom, did you want me to go into the comments section like Councilmember Dowd, or should we hold on to that for later?
I would suggest just ask any questions now, because I, for one, am interested in hearing public comment on this, and then we'll come back to the entire presentation with any actual feedback.
Okay, you got it.
All right, Mr. Rogers, your hand's up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'll hold most of my comments until after public comments as well, but I did want to particularly ask about option 12. You mentioned that the city is more conservative than we need to be with our health plan budgeting, and that was a low impact one. I know that folks always get a little bit anxious when we start to mess around with their healthcare and what's been promised to them. Could you just give me a little bit more context around that one? If we were to be less conservative in our budgeting, one, does that impact the rate that we would end up getting overall from the healthcare provider? But two, can we as an entity, if we needed to, would we be able to backfill, say that there was something that happened where we did, I would assume we would have to backfill with our reserves in the event that our costs were higher than what we had budgeted for?
Yeah, a couple ways, and Bob may have some thoughts on this as well. But sometimes, as you may be aware, Councilmember Rogers, some cities will budget their healthcare costs. Organizations will budget their healthcare costs, assuming the most conservative, that every employee is going to take the city up on healthcare, and it's all going to be family plus two, right? And that's the highest level of cost. But historically, that has not necessarily been the case. And so what the opportunity would be here with that strategy 12 would be to ratchet that down to be something a little more realistic. And what some cities will do is they will budget everybody based on what the current position is and what they're filled, and what their current benefit amount is. For vacant positions, they may take more of an approach of, we'll assume either the top or we'll assume something in the middle. And then what they might also do is add an additional layer of, 50, 100,000, whatever it is, to just try to give a little bit more capacity there. But ultimately what that strategy 12 would be is seeing the disparity that was on that slide of pretty darn close to about $1.5 million or so, $2 million difference between what was being budgeted and what was the actual, would be to trim that down somewhat. So you're still being conservative, but not being as conservative as you have been. And Bob, did you want to add anything more to that?
Just to emphasize that it doesn't have any impact at all on the level of benefits that employees are receiving. This is simply what the city's projection of its health contribution is going to be. And if you use experience from the last 7-8 years, that would tend to ratchet down the budget. And since the forecast is going by the budgeted amount, that is a way, if you factor in experience, that will lower the forecasted cost for health without having any impact at all on employees.
So Steve, I guess my question, and maybe I'm misunderstanding our own budget process a little bit, but we budget for an amount that we're going to spend on healthcare. At the end of the year, we haven't used that. It becomes, as I understand it, turned back into next year's budget. So where is the actual, other than shifting numbers from one year to the next year, where is the actual budget savings for the city?
Well, what we're doing is by taking the current budget as the base and building off of that, you're not ever reflecting that potential savings that you just mentioned. You've built on a level which historically, by historical standards, is high, and then projecting ahead for years into the future. So we're saying, rather than using as a base what the city has budgeted, since that has historically been high, let's shave it back a little bit because that will be closer to the reality, and use that as the base. And then by doing that, that effectively takes into account the situation you just mentioned, which is that there are savings at the end of the year. We would essentially be reflecting that by building off of a lower base for the health costs.
So, okay, and I apologize, I'm just trying to make sure that I understand it. So what you're saying is that by having a more accurate budget in year one, that that as the ongoing base is easier for us to meet those budget projections.
Exactly.
So, but from a real budget perspective, from an actual, say you've got $1 million in savings in year one, where you've over projected what you're going to get from healthcare, that $1 million as it shifts to year two in turn back means that the budget projection is still going to be the same, but in terms of real dollars, we'd still have to come up with that $1 million from somewhere else.
Well, in the forecast, let's say that you lower the base by $1 million and that's a reasonable estimate of what you're going to have, then you're saving that $1 million every year in the future because the entire trend line for health has come down by that amount. So you're saving it this year, you're saving it next year and the year after. So it is a real savings, but again, the forecast is based on these estimates of what these various costs will be. Most of them are pretty accurate, but this was one that we noted was historically high, above and beyond just the vacancies that occur each year. And so by building in that savings, we can lower costs over the course of the forecast.
Okay, great. I appreciate that. One of the things that is not entirely absent from the 20 recommendations, but merely touched on is the long-term pension obligations as well. We have over the last, I think it was year and a half, we had some extra dollars that were sitting around from a pension obligation bond, and we're able to actually pay down so that our year-over-year payment was lower. I don't think it was by a huge amount. I think it was only about 70,000 from one year to for each year from what we did. I noticed that there is not a strategy built in here that utilizes one-time dollars or creates one-time dollars to pay down those obligations so that it's a one-time lump sum payment that over the course of 10, 20, 30 years, the city sees their savings. Can you talk about that a little bit?
So this is where if a little later in the presentation we acknowledge that, Councilmember Rogers, and again, the plan was we're still working on some of that analysis of how to use one-time money, and that may be a solution for PG&E funds. And so on the 27th, we're coming back with that proposal, which may impact these scenarios.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I hear you on the PG&E. I'm also wondering about the feasibility of creating some of that space. So employing some of these other strategies to get some budget savings that then could be reinvested in a way that lowers the long-term
Absolutely. Absolutely. And we'll bring that back to the long-term finance committee once we get those numbers updated.
Okay, great. All right, thank you.
All right, Council, any additional questions? I have a couple just for clarifications. Has any of this information been provided to any employee groups?
Not as of yet.
Okay. And so the other thing that's missing here, this is just the dollars, but the actual net impact to service delivery or operations. Mr. City Manager, would that be part of the discussion that if we're giving feedback, okay, we could live with these options? Would it be on future?
So this is initiation of a year-long process that's going to get us into next budget season. So we're expecting that to be part of the ongoing conversation. As you see right now, there's an assumption of holding $5 million, at least $5 million of vacancies. It's really difficult to figure out how to do that in a way that doesn't lead to the next question is how are you going to rebuild, how are you going to rehire, and where's the emphasis on that? So all those conversations are coming forward. This is a painful exercise for everybody. We wanted to put everything that we could possibly think on, because one of the challenges is we get told time and time again, you haven't looked at this, you haven't looked at that. That's why Mr. Alton emphasized that this was the first step in this conversation. We're trying to put everything on the table that we can consider, and that's why the feedback from Mr. Rogers and Mr. Tibbetts is important. We expect to bring each of these items forward and say what's the actual impact and how is this going to affect service delivery as we move forward.
And just as I'm trying to get my arms around here in the presentation, right now, the size of the net we're trying to crack, because I heard one of you mention $8 million. In essence, that's scenario D, that if we took none of the PG&E dollars, we have an $8 million deficit we need to figure out. If we took $30 million from PG&E, we would not have to make any reductions. Is that correct? And then the other big assumption is with any of the three tax measures, it's a game changer. If those don't pass, we're back at going through the same exercise to try to come up with a 34 and almost $40 million deficit.
Yes. So obviously November 3rd is a big day.
Mm-hmm. For two of those. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. Just want to get my arms around that. Okay. Any other questions from council at this point? Seeing none. We're now taking public comments on item 3.1, fiscal year-end budget review, long-range finance. Oh, I'm sorry. No, we're not. We have one more portion. Let's go back to Mr. Alton or Mr. McGlynn. Who's going to be doing the last portion?
That would be me, Mr. Alton. So as we are waiting for the slides to come up, this section is just an update on some of the funding that we have received that we've talked about. Some of this has gone to the long-term financial policy and audit subcommittee. And what I want to emphasize here is what we are presenting are examples of how funds could be used. We are at the very beginning of our community input phase of this. So this is how we want to move forward here with that, obviously, first. So next slide, please. So with the public outreach, we're going in three different ways, or two different ways. We're holding community Zoom meetings. We're doing a digital survey, and we're targeting not only fire survivors in the Coffee Park area, the Fountain Grove and Hidden Valley areas, mobile home communities, Oakmont, all those areas. But we're also looking at the community at large, noting that the fire affected all of us. So what we will be doing is the digital survey actually launches today. It's on the city's website at srcity.org/2017 fire settlement. 2017 fire settlement. So on that page, there's information about the Zoom community meetings. And the survey is there as well. We will gather all of this information and come back to the long-term financial policy and audit subcommittee with that, and then ultimately report to the city council at October 27th. Next slide, please. So what we tried to do is look at the use of PG&E settlement funds in really three different ways. What we didn't want to do is just say, basically drop $95 million off of a helicopter, and whoever grabs up the most money gets to do what they're going to do, right? We wanted to try to organize in buckets, if you will, of how these settlement funds could be used, and then also provide some context for the types of projects that could come from that. So fire resiliency unmet needs is one of them. We are dealing with, we are still rebuilding from the 2017 fires. We know that we are going to have local match that we're required to pay. FEMA does not pay everything. There is a match that the city needs to address. We have some things that are either on appeal or were denied by FEMA, such as Siren Station 5, which is on its second appeal, I believe, having been denied by FEMA. We have damaged sidewalks and pavement, again, denied by FEMA. And then we have other ineligible costs and disallowances that could be a range of costs. And we're looking at just in those areas alone, probably 4.2 or 42 to $47 million. In addition, there are costs associated with building a vegetation management program. We are already bringing, and I believe it's on tonight's agenda, of, or we may have already passed it, the position to head up the vegetation management program. But then there's the actual program itself beyond just the personnel to carry it out. And that's estimated at about $1 million a year for 5 years, plus another amount of about $250,000 to update the CWPP at the end of that 5 years to track our progress. This will will take action on all the items that were, or at least items that were identified in the CWPP, and enhance and extend outreach. Additionally, there are hazardous trees and the cost to remove those in the open space and private property areas that pose a risk to public safety would also be about $5 million. We do have one FEMA project going on with that, but that won't solve the whole problem based on what FEMA would actually pay for. Next slide, please. In addition, we're looking at operational needs as a part of that, and some of this was touched on earlier of looking at restoring the reserves and stabilizing the structural deficit, and that would be anywhere from 10 to actually $30 million, not the 40 that's shown there. And then looking at making a lump sum payment of our UAL. These are areas that are going to take future evaluation as we head into the next budget and future budgets. And then finally, there's community needs, because as I mentioned before, this had a tremendous impact on our community. So looking at the types of things that could happen, that could be used in there could be seed money for the Renewal Enterprise District. There could be money for the Roseland Library. These are just things that have that are either council goals or have popped up at council before, and just for purely illustrative purposes. Next slide, please. So finally, we have, I want to give an update on CARES Act funding. So the initial allegation from the state of that was a little over $2.1 million, and it'll be paid in 6 installments. We've received 2 of those so far. So we'll be paid until December 30th, I believe. It goes through the end of December. We actually submitted our reporting on September 3rd, so we were able to report for the first quarter, or for the first cycle, which is actually the last quarter of the 2020 fiscal year. And in that amount, we actually were able to report out all of the costs that were allocated. So basically, we were able to cover those costs in personnel costs alone for that of what we're eligible for under the state's program. And that's fine, because the money can be used to backfill the general fund for prior year expenses. So that's exactly what it did. And finally, what that does is that of the amount of general fund reserves that are coming into that actually now frees that up to be used for any purpose. We've already met our reporting requirements of the costs for the money coming in. So that money will come into the city over time. By the end of December, we'll have all of it. But now you basically have $2 million of general fund reserves that could be used for whatever purpose the council sees fit. Next slide, please. Oh, also one other thing on that. I wanted to mention that the city just received or was awarded about $1.3 million in HUD CARE Act funding that goes for the assistance with temporary rental obligations for up to 6 months. So we've actually, that just happened within the, I believe over the weekend. So that's breaking news. Next slide, please. Oh, there it is. So one thing that was touched on in the management partners part of the presentation was the general fund contribution to the CIP and how we use that in the forecast, but it brings up the larger issue of having an underfunded CIP. And so what I'm trying to show here is that just to keep everything the same to meet our deferred maintenance needs, you're looking at about $18 million a year over 10 years. If we want to improve our maintenance conditions, so going beyond the status quo, you're looking at $25 million a year over that period. And then if we add new capital needs in there, which we know that there are, now you're looking at an additional $10 to $15 million again over that same period. So you're looking at incredible amounts of money in order to deal appropriately with our capital improvement budget. So we are looking and we're evaluating different ways of funding that deficit. I believe on September 29th, we'll have a study session that deals with enhanced infrastructure financing districts. We're also looking at parcel tax, and then again, looking at potential contributions for the general fund or moving away from that altogether. Next slide, please. So there are two council requests that will be coming in the near future. Both are dealing with impacts. This first one is so putting on these virtual meetings. Initially, we were able to do that kind of on a shoestring. What we've learned over time is that it has created a pretty severe impact on the city clerk's office and the IT department to not only be able to deal with these with the expansion of virtual meetings, but also the increased amount of Public Records Act requests we've been getting. So what we've asked those departments to lay out what they thought would be able to help maintain our level of support that we need for not only responding to the Public Information Act request, but also to do the virtual meetings. So we're looking at limited term positions. So we're using a 2-year term from that. And with 2 positions there, a media services tech and a admin tech. We would cover the cost with that with existing budget paid through reduction in general fund travel and training budgets. Obviously, travel is curtailed to a minimum. Most conferences or trainings are done through Zoom now or webinars at a reduced cost. So we believe that we can make this addition for at least for the existing year with existing appropriations, and then add appropriations for the second year in the next year's budget. And then the next slide, please. And then we are winding down the Fire Rebuild Permit Services Center. However, we do need to add money for that project. So as you know, we have Fire Rebuild Permit Services. We have the center that's operating under the contract with Bureau Veritas. Fire damaged properties are receiving expedited plan review and inspection services. So the current year expenditures are going to exceed budget. Right now, we have about $300,000 remaining for fiscal year 2021. And we know that we have about 800 properties under construction with about another 500 that have yet to move forward. So in an upcoming meeting, we will be requesting $1 million from general fund reserves to maintain that expedited service delivery for the remainder of this fiscal year and complete the rebuild work. And then at that point, we'll transition back into planning and economic development to fold that work into their normal portfolio. And with that, this is the end of the presentation, so we're all available for comments or questions should they arise.
All right, thank you, Mr. Alton. Council, any questions? Mr. Rogers.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Alan, just on that last point, the additions that are going to potentially be needed or will be needed here for the permit center. It's my understanding that the permit fees offset that cost ultimately. Is that still the case? And if so, does that mean that next year we'll be able to sort of true up those fees in our budget? But should we look at it as an investment, I guess is my question.
Well, when we first started that program, we definitely had the fees to cover the cost of the contract. Over time, the revenue actually started to go down and the contract costs kept going. So we kind of passed that point where we could say that it's fully offset. We need to study that more, but from the finance department's initial analysis of that, it's not a true offset anymore. So there is a bit of an investment there.
So that's why it's a future item. To exactly your point, Councilmember Rogers, is that there becomes a point where the scenario worked and was really helpful, but at some point you are going to need to subsidize it. And where is that point that council is completely comfortable with projects moving forward? You're hearing staff's recommendation is to run the program through the end of the year and then transition it in-house formally. But we need to begin that conversation because of exactly the point you're bringing up.
Great, thank you so much.
And just on that point, Mr. McGlynn, when do you think that would be coming to council? Do we have a timeline at all?
We're still working on that. We don't have a direct timeline, but the teams are working on that.
Great, thank you. Mr. Sawyer, question.
Thank you, Mayor. I think it's just been answered to some degree. What I'm seeing here with us moving back in-house is when those 500 that are not moving forward see that at a particular time it's going to be moving back in-house, and chances are with that kind of, if there was a rush to try to take advantage of the expedited work, is part of that 1 million trying to anticipate a rush of people coming in once they hear it, that the program is kind of coming to an end, if you will, that kind of program, the expedited program, that we would be able to facilitate to some degree the rush.
So we are taking that into consideration, council member. I think that's going to be the fuller presentation those are the things that we're taking into the consideration to bring that back to council to have a conversation. In the past, where during this entire process, we've tried to inform folks of where and give them enough lead time to adapt to these changing circumstances. So the exact scenario you're laying out is part of what we want to get in front of people and say, here's potentially the extended period of time that we can continue to offer this service at this level. This gives you a time to make your planning in place, but those are exactly the conversations we need to have with the council.
Okay, thank you.
All right, council, any additional questions? Mr. Dowd?
In the beginning of this presentation, there was discussion that the prediction is that our sales tax revenue from the businesses that operate in the city is going to be declining. And I didn't see anything in the solutions that would indicate that we're studying, are there ways to temporarily support our local businesses of any size so that they stay in business and help generate additional sales tax. I would just like to have us have an investigation. Is there anything available for us so we could do something like that?
Council member, there is $2 million in CARES Act money that has been identified that the council can choose. That's why we processed it and booked it the way it is. And there is it's not included in the forecast. This is CARES Act dollars that the council can choose for consideration of what programs the council wants to consider benefit. The reason we booked it the way we have is that this is an eligible expense. Now the council can devise a program or programs to meet the need that they think is out there in the community, and we can help subsidize that need potentially through this or through other items. I will say there are other costs that are coming that may need some consideration, but that is the idea was to try to limit the strings attached to the CARES Act dollars and make them available for solutions.
Thank you.
Okay, council, any additional questions? The only one I have for anyone, a couple weeks ago at one of our mayor's meeting, Congressman Thompson talked about what the city's allocation would have been had the House's HEROES Act passed. And it's my understanding the Senate tried but didn't pass anything. Do we have any forecasting or additional measures at the federal level going through that might result in additional revenue coming to the city?
So there is, we'll try to get more fidelity in it. There's some late developments today. There is a bipartisan caucus that is supposed to be working on this. Unfortunately, all the efforts, there were some other bipartisan efforts earlier and they have not materialized. So right now, there is nothing definitive on the books. We'll look to see if we can get better fidelity on that, but it's still, there is no relief right now in sight in Washington, D.C.
Okay, thank you for that. Any last minute questions from council? Seeing none, then we will. We're now taking public comment on item 3.1, fiscal year-end budget review, long-range financial forecast update, and update of CARES Act and PG&E settlement dollars. If you wish to make a comment via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're dialing in via telephone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. Madam Host, would you facilitate the public comment on item 3.1, please?
Thank you, Mayor. A countdown timer will appear for the convenience of the speaker and viewers. The speaker will be acknowledged and invited to speak. Please make sure to unmute yourself when you are invited to do so. Your microphone will be muted at the end of that countdown or at the conclusion of your comment. And our first speaker is Mark Walsh. Please unmute your microphone and identify yourself for the record if you so choose.
Yes, my name is Mark Walsh. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Thank you. And can you see the timer on your screen?
I can. Thank you very much.
Your time begins now.
Wonderful. First, thank you very much to the City Council for having this session. I very much appreciate it. You guys are doing a great job of communicating with the public, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. And just really quick, on the LAIF requirements, their order of priorities in that law itself is preservation of principal, liquidity, and return. Those funds were always intended to be short-term, with the theory being that government shouldn't have long-term funds. What happened in Orange County was Treasurer Citron was earning unusual return by getting other governments to participate in his short-term pool, and he was investing long. So when the interest rates flipped the other way, he was out of water. And he was underwater. When they needed their money back, he couldn't get it back. And that's what led to that collapse. So don't try to make your revenues based on a little bit of investment differences. The PARS trust that Mr. Tibbetts recommended or spoke about, and the city manager, is probably a better solution. The CalPERS investment rate changes are the number one increase in your pension liability. So when they lower their assumption on long-term assets from 8 to 7 to 6%, it means that their projected funding way out in the future is not enough to pay projected benefits way out in the future. If you want to protect from that, you could use a PARS trust that gives a 4 or 5% return rather than a CalPERS more risky return. And finally, that PARS trust, you can use it to pay your CalPERS annual bills when you need to, and then you don't have to use it when you don't need to. So if you start working at age 25 and you retire at age 65 and you live until you're age 85, the actuaries are predicting 60 years worth of investment returns for that one employee. So if the average remaining service year for your employees is about 20 years and they're going to retire for 20 years, there might be about 40 years of projected returns that make a huge difference. And then I noted that your budget is about, let's see, your general fund budget is very small relative to your CalPERS investments. So in CalPERS, you might have about, more than $1 billion. And your general fund budget expenditures in the last audit report about $169 million. So what happens is if that return is a negative instead of a positive 7%, and CalPERS advertises over 5 years, you take a huge hit for 5 years, and you've undergone that recently, so you know what that feels like. So my recommendation would be listen to what the city manager and the finance director and some of your council members are recommending about with respect to CalPERS trust.
The next speaker is Jesus, followed by Deborah. Jesus.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, and can you see the timer on your screen?
Yes, I can.
Okay, your time begins now.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, members of the council. Again, thank you for your work on these budget hearings. My name is Jesus Guzman, and I'm the Policy and Advocacy Director for Generation Housing. We'd ask that you consider 2 key housing action items as you prioritize the PG&E settlement funds. First, we ask that you invest in keeping families in their homes for as long as feasible during this pandemic by establishing a robust rental assistance fund in partnership with the county, by investing together in a rental assistance program of over $20 million to support households and providers for the next 6 months as we weather this pandemic. And secondly, we ask that the city invest in fully seeding the Renewable Enterprise District's housing fund to help spur development in downtown Santa Rosa, again, in collaboration with the county. An initial seed capital of $20 million will help empower the fund to offer financing to multiple developers in need of critical gap financing that could unlock capital from traditional debt and equity sources, helping push some of these projects across the funding finish line. This is an opportunity to leverage some of the money. Again, this is one-time PG&E money that we have on hand, and it's an opportunity to provide rental assistance to some of our households that are in dire need. And that money will help, again, flow through our local economy, will help fund the RED that will help build some of the urgently needed housing locally, help create jobs and support some of the businesses in the downtown core. And so, again, we understand you're under significant deliberations and a lot of different things that in which this could be invested. So we ask you to consider these two items that prioritize housing. Thank you.
Okay. Speaker is Adrian, followed by Renee. Adrian, please unmute your microphone and identify yourself for the public record if you so choose.
Hi, my name is Lobby, and I am talking as a member of Homeless Action.
Okay, can you see the timer on your screen?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Your time begins now.
Thank you. So this is always sobering to listen to the numbers, and I'm sure as you heard these numbers, a lot of thoughts went through your mind of, you know, well, what do we owe the employees? How are the employees going to take this? What about our tax revenue measures? It all gets very complicated, and the decisions seem really hard. And I don't want to minimize that, but I think that we're in a time right now which is extraordinary, and it requires us to sort of take our ordinary way of thinking and move it a little bit. We are...
Yeah, this last time I said different.
Somebody's talking. We're facing the fourth year of smoke where it's difficult to breathe and people's homes are at risk of fire. So climate change is obviously not a one-year thing or a one-time thing. We're facing racial conversations that we have never had in my lifetime in our country. And then we have COVID just to throw in there. So I'm going to suggest that you think about the budget as what do we do given that everything has changed? Nothing is really what it was. And consider putting a foundation under the community. So look at things like the homeless budget, the safe parking that you have planned to discuss, and other ways of solving, not solving, but settling and securing people who are homeless, assuming that we're going to have many more. And this is not just putting a foundation under those individuals, but putting a foundation under the neighborhoods who are wildly impacted by a lot of people who are homeless looking for where they're going to be tonight to sleep. So I really urge you, instead of thinking of homelessness as something you have to do to help struggling people, kind of a charity project, think of it as like our budget that's for emergencies. This is what we need to have at a base level. We need to have our people inside in some kind of shelter as we go forward and make that one. I know homelessness is one of your priorities. You've all said that many, many times, but think about that in terms of using these budget numbers and the PG&E funding to really put a strong foundation under the people of our community. And thank you so much for your work.
The next speaker is Renee Champ, followed by Deborah Doyle. Renee, please unmute your microphone and identify yourself for the public record if you so choose.
Hi there, this is Renee Champ. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, thank you. Can you see the timer on your screen?
I can, thank you.
Your time begins now.
Wonderful. Thank you all so much for your time today. My name is Renee Schomp, and I'm the director of the new nonprofit organization, the Napa Sonoma ADU Center. We're a fiscally sponsored project of Napa Valley Community Foundation with support from Community Foundation Sonoma County. Our goal is to increase housing affordability across Napa and Sonoma counties by 1, providing concrete tools and resources to homeowners to help them with accessory dwelling unit projects, and 2, collaborating with local planning and building departments to help them streamline and improve their ADU processes. We support the housing funding already proposed by Generation Housing, and we would also support and encourage the city to develop an ADU fund with a portion of the PG&E settlement funds that would help homeowners in Santa Rosa to be able to afford to build accessory dwelling units. UC Berkeley's Turner Center for Housing Innovation recently published a report regarding the increase in ADUs statewide and the corresponding need for financial support to homeowners to sustain and build upon this trend. The report states that more financial tools are needed to facilitate greater ADU development amongst low to moderate income homeowners who do not have access to cash savings and cannot leverage home equity. The ADU trend in Santa Rosa leapt considerably from just 14 ADU permits issued in 2017 to 80 permits issued in 2018. That number dropped a bit to 50 ADU permits issued in 2019. It's hard to identify the reason for the drop in permits between 2018 and 2019. But what we do know is that the City of Santa Rosa's planning and building divisions continue to improve their processes for ADUs. In fact, we're holding a free ADU webinar for Santa Rosa homeowners on September 23rd, where Santa Rosa's chief building official and a senior planner will answer homeowners' ADU questions live. But what we've heard from almost every homeowner we work with across Napa and Sonoma counties, including the City of Santa Rosa since the launch of our nonprofit, is that cost is one of their top concerns in being able to invest in building an ADU. ADUs rent on average at about 80% of market rate and are a key part of the larger solution to increase housing units and housing affordability in Santa Rosa. An ADU fund through the city could provide homeowners with the needed financial support to make their ADU builds possible. We have seen success through a similar program at the City of Napa, and we would love to support the City of Santa Rosa in developing its own ADU fund program. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Deborah Doyle. Deborah, please unmute your microphone and identify yourself for the public record if you so choose.
Good afternoon, council members, and thank you.
Are you able to see the timer on your screen?
I can, thank you.
And your time begins now.
Great. My name is Deborah Doyle, and I'll be speaking about item 3.1, as everyone else has, and in particular the PG&E funds. I'm the new chair of the Sonoma County Library. We're having conversations about our own budget, so I salute your dedication and understand some of the challenges that you're facing. In your packet, you have a letter written by Ann Hammond, who is our library director, and it's signed by a number of community partners and leaders, thanking you for your consideration of using some of the PG&E settlement funds for a new Roseland branch library. As you can imagine, there are many more who support this long-term project. I join them in thanking you for your foresight in considering it today. We believe that a permanent Roseland library is a priority for this community and are delighted that you recognize it as well. From a personal perspective, I've been active with library-related matters for a number of years at various levels, the local, the state, and the national. I helped lead the Friends and Foundation of San Francisco Public Library during a citywide branch renovation program, and I saw it transform neighborhoods. Neighborhoods that didn't have a library suddenly became active, vital neighborhoods and really helped change the tenor of the city. I've worked on state library funding measures that have made significant differences in communities all over California. As president of the California Library Association, I watched some of these small communities also become just so vibrant. I'm also active at the national level for advocating for libraries. And what I can tell you is that libraries make a significant difference in the health and prosperity of their communities. We've got figures and I can certainly send them to you, but it really does make a difference. I've seen it at all levels over the country. So thank you for recognizing the need here in our own Roseland community. And we hope to see you at the grand opening of the temporary Roseland Library. And we'll let you know what the date is very soon. Thank you so much.
The next speaker is Gregory Fearon. Please unmute your microphone and identify yourself for the public record if you so choose.
Thank you. My name is Gregory Fearon.
Can you see the timer on your screen?
Oh, yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay, your time begins now.
My name is Gregory Fearon. I've been around for quite a while watching the City Council. I don't remember a time when the City Council had so much horror in their past, so much uncertainty in their future, and so much unrestricted money on the table. I do remember lots of times when the council had overwhelming urgent needs, and the comment was always, if we only had a lot of money to really spend. This is that time to try to move the needle on an urgent issue. And homelessness is one of those crucial issues you have to address. Thank you.
Mayor, seeing no additional hands raised, would you like to move on to voicemail public comment?
Before we move on to that, because I know we have a number of emails and voicemails, we will take a 15-minute break. So we'll take a 15-minute break. Let's reconvene in about 5 minutes to 5. 5 minutes to 5, we'll reconvene to hear the remainder of public comment. Madam City Clerk, are we ready to resume?
Yes, I am.
Let me see there. We've got at least a quorum. Okay, can we please have a roll call?
Yes. Councilmember Dowd. Councilmember Tibbetts.
Here.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Here.
Councilmember Rogers.
Here.
Councilmember Oliveras.
Here.
Vice Mayor Fleming.
Here.
Mayor Schwedhelm.
Here.
Councilmember Dowd, have you joined us? Let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Councilmember Dowd.
All right, thank you very much. So we're still on item 3.1. We've concluded the live public comment. Madam Host, can we go up or move forward with our pre-recorded voicemail messages?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Meg Burbank. My return phone call, if should you need to speak with me, is 707-228-6032, or my email is megburbank@yahoo.com. I have been a volunteer at the Luther Burbank Gardens for over 30 years. And I'd like to leave a message for the council meeting on September 15th, 2020. This is in regards to the roofing project, which I feel is very important. I got involved with the Luther Burbank Gardens as a member of the family of Luther Burbank, and because of the way I was raised, to give back to the community. So now we're asking for the community to give back to the gardens, which have given so much knowledge and pleasure to the community, as well as countless hours by all of our volunteers. It's amazing that so many people have given back to them. Frequently, when I meet somebody who's very good with plants, I immediately start to talk to them about being a docent. I'm actively recruiting people. I also hear comments from people out in the community about how they were able to go to the gardens and spend time with their family, and how it was an oasis in the city, something that is rare and unique, and something worth preserving. And without a roof, we won't be able to preserve it. There's just irreplaceable items in the house and in storage upstairs that need a roof, and need it soon. So I'm hoping that you will hear my plea and agree that the community would want this to be preserved. So thank you so much for listening to my comments, and I hope that this reaches kind ears. All 30 years of volunteering, I've thought that that was worthwhile. So definitely think that this is worthwhile, but this is something that you can do and that I cannot. Thank you so much. Take care.
For the City Council meeting. Hi, my name is Sandy Hall, and I'm commenting on Agenda 3.1 for the City Council meeting 9:15. I'm calling because I was close to being a volunteer at Luther Burbank House and Garden for before the COVID hit, and then that all got canceled. And I believe that as a new person to Sonoma County and to Santa Rosa, it's very important to keep properties like the Luther Burbank House up up to date and in good repair for generations to come, because this is not just solely for the Santa Rosa people, but for worldwide. And I would really appreciate your having the roof repaired for further generations. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Joanne Feldman. I'm a Santa Rosa City resident and a volunteer at Luther Burbank Home and Gardens. And I have a comment for the City Council meeting of September 15th, 2020 for agenda item 3.1. I have written previously about the issue of roofing for the buildings on the property of the Luther Burbank Home and Gardens. And now that the city is receiving $95 million from PG&E for reparations, I would like to urge you please to consider putting back the budget item that was in place at one point for re-roofing. We're very concerned, despite the fact that there was a report from the city that the roofing could last for another 14 years. It has not been addressed for over 20 years, 30 years practically. And I think that it's time to consider it. There is visible evidence of rotting of the roof near the cupola, and this is not a good idea to leave repairs that need to be maintained till they fall apart and there's a collapse of the roof or leaking. The house is constructed so that it's very vulnerable to leaks, and there's valuable furniture, flooring, and archives on the top floor, which could be irreplaceable. It would be much cheaper to repair the roofs now than try to deal with repairs that would be much, much more costly. And the carriage house has a museum in it, which the exhibit would be ruined if the roof leaked into it, and the floor was just refinished by the city. So for many reasons, and the fact that many visitors come from all kinds of places in this on this planet, including faraway countries, to see this property, it would be a real catastrophe if it were ruined by something that should have been maintained along the way. Thank you for listening.
Hi, my name is Helen Krantz, and I'm a resident of Santa Rosa. I'm commenting on agenda item 3.1 for the September 15th meeting. Please vote to support the budget for restoring the roofs on the Burbank Center, the Luther Burbank Home and Gardens. That is a gem of our community, and it would be a shame for a lack of funding that the buildings are allowed to deteriorate. So please, please fund this. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Carol Skold, agenda item 3.1. As a volunteer at the Luther Burbank Home and Gardens for 20 years and a current board member, I am very concerned about the condition of the roofs on both the home and the carriage house. At the CIP committee meeting March 13th, 2014, which was attended by Mark Armstrong and Lisa Grant, both city staff, it was stated that both roofs will be incorporated into Recreation and Parks 2015-2016 fiscal year plan. We knew it would be an extended process when we put re-roof the home, carriage house, and seat house on our list of goals for 2015. Funding was granted for this project by City Council about this time. Due to personnel changes and revision of the bid process, the project did not move forward until August 2019, when it was announced that Trainer HL was given the contract to do the design work on the roofs. They were to begin work March of 2020 when COVID-19 protocols went into effect, and the work was not done until mid-June, about the time the funding for the project was removed. They did their inspection, and it is my understanding they did a report. When the home was constructed in 1875, the lath and plaster method was used. Water damage from a roof leak would be very damaging to this type of construction. The home contains irreplaceable archival items as well as furnishings that belong to the Burbank family. The cupola and roof on the carriage house shows rot and damage visible from the ground. This building contains our office, reports, records, and the electronic equipment on the upper floor, and the ground floor houses our museum and gift shop. Water damage here would be very expensive to repair or replace. I would encourage the council to return the funding for roof replacement now so that the project can move forward. This site with its structures was entrusted by Mrs. Burbank to the city of Santa Rosa for its maintenance and preservation. The home and gardens are visited annually by thousands of guests from all over the world, plus the citizens and school children of Santa Rosa and Sonoma County. Please don't let this national, state, and local historic landmark go the way of the Carrillo Adobe and the Hogue House. The Luther Burbank Home and Gardens are a valuable part of the history and heritage of Santa Rosa. Please preserve it. Thank you very much.
My name is Catherine Harkness, Harkness. This comment is for the City Council September 15th, 2020 meeting for agenda item 3.1. I was a volunteer in the gift shop at Luther Burbank Home and Gardens for several years, and I learned during that time what a wonderful resource it is for Santa Rosa. People come literally from all over the world to learn more about Luther Burbank and his amazing creation of so many plants. The current roof on the Burbank home was last replaced in the early 1980s, and the city says they don't need replacing yet. However, the home construction is lath and plaster, very vulnerable to water damage. The furnishings are all Burbank family items, and the archives are stored upstairs. We would hate to see this home follow other historic homes that were allowed to fall into disrepair and destruction. Please, please do what you can to find funding from the $95 million settlement from PG&E. Find the funds to repair this roof before irreparable damage is done to the city's detriment. Thank you very much. Bye.
This is Judy Doyle. I'm commenting on item 3.1 on behalf of Santa Rosa Together. How many more times do we hear the city disaster resiliency is best strengthened by building community connections within and between neighborhoods? PG&E settlement funds offer us a great opportunity to implement practices and support initiatives which bring neighbors together in activities proven successful by every measure. Bottom-up community planning and engagement, asset and needs mapping, and supported public-private partnerships will strengthen the city's ability to survive the many test experiences. It is an investment in an unparalleled community reserve. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lana Necker, and this is a comment for the City Council meeting on September 15th, and the agenda item is 3.1. I'd just like to say that I concur with the Luther Burbank Home and Garden Association and all the volunteers that it's vital to maintain the roof of the home and the carriage house. I hope you are also concerned, and I will consider including replacement funds in your current budget. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Nancy Napolitan, and this comment is for the council meeting September 15th, 2020, for agenda item 3.1. I'm calling to request that the monies that the city's received from COVID-19 relief. Some of that would go to repair the roofs at the house and the carriage building at the Burbank Gardens, which is in dire need of being replaced. And I hope that you would fund those to have that done. Thank you very much. Bye.
Yes, this is Claire Borges, and I am the chairperson of the Luther Burbank Home and Garden Board. And I would like to make a couple of comments about the funding of our roof. The roof has not been worked on since the 1980s. We are afraid of water damage to the house and the valuable contents within the house. And we do not want this to go the way that the Hogue House and the Carrillo Adobe went. We need to have the council pay attention to the condition of our Burbank home. One should remember that people, over hundreds of people during the course of the year, visit our home, take tours, and enjoy the garden. And then afterwards, go shopping in Santa Rosa and have a meal in downtown Santa Rosa, which all adds to the ambiance of our city. Hopefully you will take this into consideration and will please keep it on the agenda. I thank you for your time. Thank you.
Mayor, this concludes pre-recorded voice message public comments. And now Madam City Clerk will read email and e-comment public comments received before the Monday 5 p.m. deadline.
Thank you. I will now read emails received at cccomment@srcity.org and any e-comments received for item 3.1. If you have already provided live public comment on 3.1, but also left an email, e-comment, or voicemail recording public comment, your public comment will not be read into the record. Email received from Carol Eldridge. Please help Luther Burbank Home and Gardens have the funds to repair their roofs. As an activity director for a senior care community, visiting this beautiful historic home is one of my residents' favorite places to visit, relax, and take in the beauty and history of the gardens. Thank you. Comment received from Jesse Buckley. History is just as important as a pending project. Do what is vital to the spirit of Santa Rosa is to proactively redo the Luther Burbank garden and home roofs before they have a leak or other issues to safeguard the contents and the value. Thank you. Comment received from Michael Skirton. Please consider replacing the roofs at the Luther Burbank Home and Gardens from the $95 million settlement windfall from PG&E. The Luther Burbank Home and Gardens are a truly unique gem that the city is fortunate to have and must be recognized and preserved. Thank you for your consideration. Comment submitted by Barbara Porter. I am a volunteer at Luther Burbank Home and Gardens who cares very much about this historic venue's continued legacy for the city. Recently, I found out that funding towards a new roof for the Burbank home, which I thought was guaranteed for its imminent replacement, is not in the current plans. This roof has not been attended to since 1984. If it were to leak or worse, collapse in heavy winter storms, damage from flooding could severely impact the floors, antique furniture, paintings, etc., as well as irreplaceable archival documents and artifacts stored on the second floor. The museum exhibits in the carriage house depend on archival material. Visitors on tours of the home, many from other states and countries from all over the world, would be deprived of seeing the home as it has been preserved and cared for all these years. I recognize that the dire difficulties today have caused immense problems in preparing the city's budget. Nevertheless, I urge you to consider reinstating the funds for this urgent need for Luther Burbank Homes and Gardens. Some of you or your predecessors have called us the jewel in the crown of Santa Rosa's parks in remarks at our luncheon meetings. The cost of rehabilitating what could be saved from a roof failure could exceed by far the cost of re-roofing now, and perhaps we would lose irreplaceable items. Please help us keep our jewel in good shape. Thank you for your consideration. Comment received from Walter Niederberger. I am a volunteer at Luther Burbank Home and Gardens for 5 years and very concerned about the condition of the roofs on the home and the carriage house. This site with its structures was entrusted by Mrs. Burbank to the city of Santa Rosa for its maintenance and preservation. The home and gardens are visited annually by thousands of guests from all over the world, plus the citizens and school children of Santa Rosa and Sonoma County. Please don't let this national, state, and local historic landmark go the way of the Carrillo Adobe and Hogue House. The Luther Burbank Home and Gardens are a valuable part of the history and heritage of Santa Rosa. More than 6 years ago, at the CIP committee meeting, March 13, 2014, it was stated that both roofs will be incorporated into Recreation and Parks 2015-2016 fiscal year plan. We knew it would be an extended process when we put re-roof the home, carriage house, and seed house on our list of goals for 2015. Funding was granted for this project by City Council at this time. Due to personnel changes and revision of the bid process, the project did not move forward until August 2019, when it was announced that Trainer HL was given the contract to do the design work on the roofs. They were to begin their work on March 2020, but then the COVID-19 protocols went into effect and the work was not done until mid-June, about the time the funding for the project was removed. They did their inspection, and it is my understanding that they did a report. When the home was constructed in 1875, the lathe and plaster method was used. The cupola and roof on the carriage house show rot and damage visible from the ground. This building contains our office, reports and records, and electronic equipment on the upper floor, and the ground floor houses our museum and gift shop. Water damage would be very expensive to repair, replace. The home contains irreplaceable archival items as well as furnishings that belong to the Burbank family. I encourage the council to return the funding for roof replacement now so that the project can move forward soon. Thank you. Comment received from Gary Rose. I am a newly joined member of the Burbank Gardens and a resident of Santa Clara County. I was raised on my grandparents' small farm in the East Foothills of San Jose, where we had a Santa Rosa plum on the property. I always looked forward to those early sweet tart plums. Only years later did I learn it was developed by Luther Burbank and about his extraordinary life. I have visited his lovely old home and wonderful gardens, as well as his experimental farm many times. Its grounds bring inspiration and peace of mind, and it's a good place to learn a little more history and buy seeds and plants, along with the experimental farm. I am retired now and remain an avid gardener, with my own small orchard, including a Santa Rosa plum and a large vegetable garden every summer. The Burbank House and Gardens are a special place, and the board and volunteers are very concerned that the roofs, which protect wonderful artifacts from Burbank's life and records of his work, have exceeded their useful life. I appreciate that COVID-19 has created serious financial issues for cities and towns all around our nation. But at a minimum, if money is available to get the inspection of the structures and roof coverings completed and plans prepared, it seems to me that everyone concerned would have a better assessment of the condition of the roof coverings and structures for the planning and timing of repairs going forward. Comment received from Kieran Conroy. Please, in your distribution of funds on September 15, 2020, fund the roof repairs for Luther Burbank Home and Gardens. The Burbank Home and Gardens are a space for nature, wildlife, learning, and history. It is gardens in this time of so much uncertainty that humans flock to. Gardens give peace and quiet to the soul. Especially at this time, you will be glad and proud if you save this sanctuary. Thank you. Comment received from Marlene Hogden. I have been a gardener at Luther Burbank Home and Garden for the past 11 years. I take great pride in the work I do there. I see many visitors who come and go who appreciate this historic place. I, as well as other volunteers and visitors, would love to see it maintained. Please seriously help with the replacement of the home's roof. Thank you for your consideration of this important project. Comment received from Peggy Kuhn. I am a resident of the unincorporated area of Sonoma County. Please know the Luther Burbank Home and Carriage House is irreplaceable and invaluable. Please reinstate budget items, not just for me, but for my children and grandchildren. The contribution of Luther Burbank needs to go forth. This public access facility is truly a jewel of Santa Rosa and Sonoma County. Comment received from Janice Dabney. I am a poet from Mountain View who respectfully requests that you return the funding for the roof replacement needed at Luther Burbank Home and Gardens. The Burbank site is one of our favorite places to visit when in your area, and we would regret seeing it fall into disrepair. At a time like this, we need the comfort and stability of our historical landmarks. In fact, my last visit there was to see the Idaho potato truck, and I was interviewed about my book, The Comfort of Potatoes, by a local newspaper and Bay Area news reporter with Burbank Home and Gardens in the background. Great publicity, a wonderful asset to us all. Thanks for your consideration. Comment received from Caprice Weber. Please put funds into the budget to cover the roof of our treasured Burbank house. Santa Rosa should protect future generations this special property. Not every city has a botanical giant like Luther Burbank. We need to protect your history instead of allowing it to melt away like the Carrillo adobe. Please help. Comment received from Sharon Barta. I care very much about the Luther Burbank Home and Gardens and its historic legacy for the city. Recently, I found out that funding towards a new roof for the Burbank home, which I thought was guaranteed for its imminent replacement, is not in the current plans. This roof has not been attended to since 1984. If it were to leak or worse, collapse in heavy winter storms, damage from flooding could severely impact the floors, antique furniture, paintings, etc., as well as irreplaceable archived documents and artifacts stored on the second floor. The museum exhibits in the carriage house depend on archival material. Visitors on tours of the home, many from other states and countries from all over the world, would be deprived of seeing the home as it has been preserved and cared for all these years. I recognize that the dire difficulties today have caused immense problems in preparing the city's budget. Nevertheless, I urge you to consider reinstating the funds for this urgent need for Luther Burbank Home and Gardens. Some of you or your predecessors have called Luther Burbank Home and Gardens the jewel in the crown of Santa Rosa's parks in remarks at our luncheon meeting. The cost of rehabilitating what could be saved from a roof failure could exceed by far the cost of re-roofing now, and perhaps we would lose irreplaceable items. Please help us keep our jewel in shape. Thank you for your consideration. Comment received from Julie Kaiser. Use the PG&E settlement money to put a new roof on Luther Burbank House as previously planned. Comment received from Brett Wright. I have been a volunteer at Luther Burbank Home and Gardens for almost 20 years. I and many other volunteers give to the city thousands of hours of time to showcase this beautiful place. Now I am asking the city to give themselves and its visitors a much needed asset. I am concerned about the condition of the roofs at both the home and carriage house. These were last replaced in the 1980s and now are in dire need of repair. Burbank Home is the foremost historical location in Santa Rosa and Sonoma County. We receive thousands of visitors each year from all over the world. Some days I may give a tour to a person from Cotati, then a tour to someone from China. It is a joy to see all the excited faces and see the joy that these travelers get from visiting the home and learning about the life of Luther Burbank. This site carries such importance to the city's financial structure, with guests seeking out hotels, restaurants, wine tasting, and shopping. From 1875 until 1926, Santa Rosa knew how important it was to have Luther Burbank in their midst, and I hope they know now how important it is to have this jewel in the crown, as it has been called, as their resource. Please consider how important this roof project is to protect this site from water and storm damage. Irreplaceable Burbank belongings are stored inside, as well as extensive record archives. This is a vault of sorts and needs the utmost protection from all the elements. Please don't let this valuable asset become damaged or lost. In the big picture, there is no choice but to allocate the funds to complete this roof project. The importance of this historical site to the city ranks too high on the scale of decisions to delay it and risk the expense and loss of water damage could bring. Please preserve these iconic and valuable structures. Comment submitted by Susan Miller. Please return funding for the roofs at the Luther Burbank home now so the project can be completed. Act to preserve this historic home for our community. Comment received from Kathleen Jones. I am a resident of Petaluma and have enjoyed many visits to the Luther Burbank home and grounds during the 42 years I've lived in Sonoma County. It would surely be a tragedy to see it fall into disrepair. Please allocate the funds necessary to replace the roof. Comment submitted by Aisha Schechter. I am a longtime fan of the Luther Burbank Home and Gardens. Recently, I found out that funding towards a new roof for the Burbank home, which I thought was guaranteed for its imminent replacement, is not in the current plans. This roof has not been attended to since 1984. If it were to leak or worse, collapse in heavy winter storms, damage from flooding could severely impact the floors, antique furniture, paintings, etc., as well as irreplaceable archival documents and artifacts stored on the second floor. The museum exhibits in the carriage house depend on archival material. Visitors on tours of the homes, many from other states and countries from all over the world, would be deprived of seeing the home as it has been preserved and cared for all these years. I recognize the dire difficulties today have caused immense problems in preparing the city's budget. Nevertheless, I urge you to consider reinstating the funds for this urgent need for Luther Burbank Home and Gardens. The cost of rehabilitating what could be saved from a roof failure could exceed by far the cost of re-roofing now, and perhaps we would lose irreplaceable items. Please help us keep our jewel in good shape. Thank you for your consideration. Comment submitted by Teresa Swenson. I ask that the members of the City Council please approve the funds necessary to repair the roofs of the buildings at the Luther Burbank Home and Gardens, a California historical landmark number 234. As time progresses, we lose so many places of historical significance, and we currently have this wonderful piece of history that deserves to be maintained for present and future generations. My family has enjoyed many visits there, and to lose this treasure to water damage due to failing roofs would be a travesty. Please reinstate the funding necessary for repairs. Thank you. Comment submitted by Jeanette McClelland. As a frequent visitor, I am deeply concerned about the Luther Burbank home's continuing maintenance and preservation. I'm not a roofer, but I am a homeowner, and seeing the moss and bowing along the roof lines tells me that inspection and repair are warranted, and some repairs may be immediately required to protect the home. It's my understanding that the city is aware of the risk to the property, as the city had hired an architect's firm to inspect the roofs and draw up plans. Please publish the results showing that, according to the city, that the roofs in total are somehow viable for 14 more years. Now that the city has received a $95 million settlement from PG&E, the funding should be reinstated to critical project. Delay and resulting damage sends a message that you are unwilling to protect the Santa Rosa jewel and treasure, which is visited annually by thousands of guests from all over the world, plus the citizens and school children of Santa Rosa and Sonoma County. Please don't let this national, state, and local historic landmark go the way of the Carrillo Adobe and Hogue House. The Luther Burbank Home and Gardens are a valuable part of the history and heritage of Santa Rosa. Please preserve it for our and future generations. Comment received from Carla Griffin. I would encourage the council to return the funding for roof replacement now so that the project can move forward soon. This site with its structures was entrusted by Mrs. Burbank to the city of Santa Rosa for its maintenance and preservation. The home and gardens are visited annually by thousands of guests from all over the world, plus the citizens and school children of Santa Rosa and Sonoma County. Please don't let this national, state, and local historic landmark go the way of the Carrillo Adobe and Hogue House. The Luther Burbank Home and Gardens are a valuable part of history and heritage of Santa Rosa. Please preserve it. Comment received from David Pitts. Please include re-roofing for the Luther Burbank Home and Garden in upcoming budget. Failure to do so risks damage that will be difficult and costly to repair at minimum and possibly unrecoverable damage. Thank you. Comment received from Elaine Pitts. It is my understanding that our local treasure, the Luther Burbank Home and Gardens, is in need of a new roof, which was initially funded, but earlier this year the funds were withdrawn when the shelter-in-place began to be used for COVID-19. I'm very concerned about the roof leaking or possibly collapsing during winter storms. A break such as this would cause irreparable damage to the historical documents and priceless antiques housed in our legacy home. This historical site and its contents must be protected and preserved as such. Please consider reinstating the funds we urgently require for replacing the roof. Thank you for your consideration. Comment received from Rachel Space. I have worked with Luther Burbank Home and Gardens for 12 years, serving as a volunteer, Parks and Rec, temporary maintenance aide, and staff for the nonprofit association. I am currently going on 5 years as the garden curator. Over the last 12 years, the city has retracted staff from our site, going from 2 full-time and 1 part-time staff, then 1 full and 1 part-time staff, then 1 part-time staff, and now just someone who is responsible for maintaining a quadrant of parks that can come by on occasion, leaving the association with the responsibility to hire someone part-time for coordinating up to 45 garden volunteers who maintain the site. Funding for my position comes from donations to the Luther Burbank Home and Gardens Association. For a while, we had a donor who would cover a significant portion of my wages. One year, they decided to also provide us with some funds to be used towards the replacement of the roofs. After becoming disenfranchised by seeing the project pause indefinitely, the donor stopped providing us with funds towards my wages. The cost of replacing this roof has dramatically increased and will continue to do so until we get this project completed. In addition to being the part-time garden curator, I am working on a PhD project at UC Davis that focuses on many of Luther Burbank's 200 plum introductions. Our archival collection, stored in the Burbank House, contains several fruit prints made by Luther Burbank that I am extracting genetic material from for my dissertation. The structural integrity of the roof protects these unique prints as well as many other irreplaceable pieces of history. During my time with Luther Burbank Home and Garden, I have seen several major projects come to fruition and some stalled for extended periods of time. For the last decade, roof replacement has been on our capital improvement list due to its age, structural damage around the cupola, and locations where the gutters leak, eroding soil in several locations near the foundation of the house. I have watched the roof project start, make a little progress, and then pause indefinitely, leading donors, volunteers, board members, and staff on an emotional roller coaster. Additionally, I urge you to prioritize our roofs because our site is one of the last historically significant relics left in Santa Rosa. Please don't let our site deteriorate like the Maria Carrillo adobe. Thank you. Comment received by Ray Hawley on behalf of Sonoma County Library. Thank you for your patient, thoughtful, and compassionate approach to balancing the needs of the community as you consider the best use of one-time funds from the PG&E settlement. We wholeheartedly support your intention to address the impacts created by the devastating fires, the pandemic, and the resulting economic uncertainty. We support investments that create a lasting impact on the community and foster the resiliency and infrastructure needed to withstand future fluctuations in the economy and society. To that end, we applaud your willingness to discuss joining a public-private philanthropic partnership that will result in a permanent Roseland library. Roseland has been historically underserved, and your leadership in changing this pattern is already making powerful impact. Roseland will play a key role in the future of Santa Rosa and Sonoma County, and your investment will now pay off for the generations that follow us. The Roseland Library already provides crucial support to families, students, educators, entrepreneurs, and other public agencies, and a new library will enhance and expand those services. We are eager and available to discuss this innovative partnership. Thank you again. Comment submitted by Diane Ericula. I am a longtime volunteer at Luther Burbank Home and Gardens who cares very much about this historic venue's continued legacy for the city. Recently, I found out that funding towards a new roof for the Burbank home, which I thought was guaranteed for its imminent replacement, is not in the current plans. This roof has not been attended to since 1984. If it were to leak or worse, collapse in heavy winter storms, damage from flooding could severely impact the floors, antique furniture, paintings, etc., as well as irreplaceable archival documents and artifacts stored on the floor. The museum exhibits in the carriage house depend on archival material. Visitors on tours of the homes, many from other states and countries from all over the world, would be deprived of seeing the home as it has been preserved and cared for all these years. I recognize that the dire difficulties today have caused immense problems in preparing the city's budget. Nevertheless, I urge you to consider reinstating the funds for this urgent need for Luther Burbank Home and Garden. Some of you or your predecessors have called us the jewel in the crown of Santa Rosa's parks in remarks at our luncheon meetings. The cost of rehabilitating what could be saved from a roof failure could exceed by far the cost of re-roofing now, and perhaps we would lose irreplaceable items. Please help us keep our jewel in shape. Thank you for your consideration. Comment submitted by Jean Reed. As a 20-year docent at Luther Burbank Home and Gardens, I am very concerned about the poor condition of the roofs on the Burbank home and carriage house. Please refund the money to replace them so that Santa Rosa doesn't suffer damage to these unique historic buildings. Comment submitted by Linda Engel. Now's the time, while the funds are available, to replace the roofs at Luther Burbank Gardens. Let's be proactive with this treasure. Comment received from David Bertoli. First and foremost, thank you for taking the time to read this. Maintaining and saving this iconic home is a very important thing in this day and age, as our past and what made us slips further away. As a fourth generation Santa Rosan, I would urge that this matter be taken seriously. On a more personal note, my wife and I love the gardens and find the house to be impeccably taken care of. Mr. Burbank would buy my grandfather ice cream from time to time when he was a boy coming home from school. I have personally seen what water damage can do to a lath and plaster home, as it has on our own 1870s ranch house. The cost of repairing the damage far outweighs the maintenance costs. Preserving our past is important, so I hope that this will be considered for the budget. Again, thank you for your time. Comment submitted by Nancy Stumpf. I have been a volunteer gardener at Luther Burbank Home and Gardens for 24 years, and I'm very concerned about the condition of the roofs on both the home and the carriage house. At the CIP committee meeting March 13th, 2014, which was attended by Mark Armstrong and Lisa Grant, city staff, it was stated that both roofs will be incorporated into Recreation and Parks 2015-2016 fiscal year plan. We knew it would be an extended process when we put re-roof the home, carriage house, and seat house on our list of goals for 2015. Funding was granted for this project by City Council about this time. Due to personnel changes and revision of the bid process, the project did not move forward until August 2019, when a contract was awarded. They were to begin work on March of 2020 when COVID-19 protocols went into effect, and the work was not done until mid-June, about the time the funding for the project was removed. They did their inspection, and it is my understanding that they did a report. The home contains irreplaceable archival items as well as furnishings that belong to the Burbank family. The cupola and roof on the carriage house shows rot and damage visible from the ground. This building contains our office, reports, records, and electronic equipment on the upper floor, and the ground floor houses our museum and gift shop. Water damage here would be very expensive to repair and replace. I would encourage the council to return the funding for roof replacement now so the project can move forward soon. This site, with its structures, was entrusted by Mrs. Burbank to the city of Santa Rosa for its maintenance and preservation. The home and gardens are visited annually by thousands of guests from all over the world, plus the citizens and school children of Santa Rosa and Sonoma County. Please don't let this national, state, and local historic landmark go the way of the Carrillo Adobe and Hogue House. The Luther Burbank Home and Gardens are a valuable part of the history and heritage of Santa Rosa. Please preserve it. Comment submitted by Pauline Block. On behalf of Cornerstone Properties, we strongly urge you to consider accelerating much needed housing and affordability by allocating a portion of the funds from the PG&E settlement funds to fully seed the Renewable Enterprise District's Housing Fund. Housing needs to be kept top of mind in all decisions that we prioritize until we have substantial urban infill that supports all levels in our community, from affordable to workforce and market rate. We are fortunate to have the opportunity to respond to the housing challenges facing our community, our developers, and the North Bay. Dense housing now is the answer to creating and sustaining a healthy, transit-oriented, and connected city. By funding the RED's Housing Fund, leaps can be made in assisting organizations and developers in making this desire in our community a reality. This housing fund can immediately move existing projects forward, get sticks in the ground, inject cash into the local economy, creating jobs and attract additional funding that accelerate more projects. In addition, Gen H is a valuable independent advocacy organization, which we see great benefit in having around for the long haul. With just 8 months under their belt, Gen H has been a great convener to align housing production and perform valuable research to help guide public action and decisions in housing. We urge you to consider investing a portion of the funds into Gen H to assist in getting housing projects to fruition as we move into this recession. Comment received from Linda Hall. As a volunteer at the Luther Burbank Home and Gardens for 20 years and a current board member, I am very concerned about the condition of the roofs at both the home and the carriage house. At the CAP committee meeting March 13, 2014, it was attended by Mark Armstrong and Lisa Grant. It was stated that both roofs would be incorporated into Recreation and Parks 2015-2016 fiscal year plan. We knew it would be an extended process when we put re-roof the home, carriage house, and seed house on our list of goals for 2015. Funding was granted for this project by City Council about this time. Due to personnel changes and revision of the bid process, the project did not move forward until August 2019, when it was announced that Trainer HL was given the contract to do the design work on the roofs. They were to begin the work in March of 2020 when COVID-19 protocols went into effect, and the work was not done until mid-June, about the time the funding for the project was removed. They did their inspection, and it is my understanding they did a report. When the home was constructed in 1875, the lathe and plaster method was used. Water damage from a roof leak would be very damaging to this type of construction. The home contains irreplaceable archival items as well as furnishings that belong to the Burbank family. The cupola and roof on the carriage house shows rotten damage visible from the ground. This building contains our office, reports, records, and electronic equipment on the upper floor, and the ground floor houses our museum and gift shop. Water damage here would be very expensive to repair, replace. I would encourage the council to return the funding for roof replacement now so that the project can move forward soon. This site with its structures was entrusted by Mrs. Burbank to the city of Santa Rosa for its maintenance and preservation. The home and gardens are visited annually by thousands of guests from all over the world, plus the citizens and school children of Santa Rosa and Sonoma County. Please don't let this national, state, and local historic landmark go the way of the Korea Adobe and Hogue House. The Luther Burbank Home and Gardens are a valuable part of the history and heritage of Santa Rosa. Please preserve it. Comment received from Kristen Skoll. I am the office manager for Luther Burbank Home and Gardens. I'm also a resident of Santa Rosa, and I grew up here. I am writing to request that the City Council refund the project to replace the roofs on the Burbank home and carriage house. The buildings and their contents are irreplaceable. The roofs are nearly 40 years old, and that's old for roofs. We are very fortunate as a historical site to be able to tell people that practically everything in the home belonged to the Burbank family. This includes extensive archives stored upstairs in the home. Water damage from a failing roof would permanently damage what it doesn't destroy. Santa Rosa does not have a good track record when it comes to protecting our history. Consider the Hogue House and the Korea Adobe. Please make this project a reality now while it's straightforward replacement instead of waiting until a disaster that will require repairs as well, accompanied by regrets and recrimination for all that will be lost. I understand that Santa Rosa has many immediate needs for many people, but we have a responsibility to protect our past as well as work on the present and their future. Thank you for your consideration. Comment submitted by John Williams. I am a member of the Luther Burbank Home and Garden Association. As you can see, I am addressing agenda item 3.1, funding for the roof project at the Luther Burbank home property. As a registered national, state, and historic landmark, I urge the City Council to allocate the necessary funds to replace a roof that has not been replaced since 1984. It is hard to believe the current roof in question could last another 12 to 14 years, as stated by the city engineer's report. It is my understanding that this project has been on the books for the past 17 years. I recognize these are difficult times. However, to defer this important project could potentially create damage to the home interior and valued archives of the roof should leak during a heavy winter storm. The Burbank property is a treasure, and I am sure City Council members feel the same. The board and nearly 100 volunteers are sure you will give careful consideration to this important request for funding. Thank you. Mayor, that concludes the email comments submitted on item 3.1.
All right, thank you very much for that. We'll bring it back to council, and Mr. McGlynn or Mr. Alton, you know, I kind of saw this, there's 4 different bits of information: the close of fiscal year numbers, presentation on transit, then some budget strategies that we can employ, 20 different budget strategies, and finally the PG&E settlement dollars. What feedback would you like from council regarding this presentation?
So I think to jump in quickly, you know, the feedback corresponds predominantly to the strategies for consideration for revenue and expenditure savings. If there's anything to add, we took a couple of notes from what Councilmember Tibbetts and Rogers offered earlier. The PG&E funding, while we're open for additional consideration, that process of input and kind of conversation is coming back. We just didn't want the council to go out or the community to go out into that process without outlining some of the things that we had already heard. And so that's a fuller conversation for later. We're happy to receive input right now, but that's predominantly where we're looking. The Long-Term Finance Committee will be looking at this, and this is an opportunity for those council members that aren't on the Long-Term Finance Committee to obviously stress anything they need to stress to the 3, your mayor, you, Councilmember Rogers, and Councilmember Sawyer that are on that committee that begin that deeper dive work.
Okay, thank you for that. I see you have your hand up, Mr. Tibbs. I'm just going to go around to each council member as they show up on my screen to get it and make any comments that you feel appropriate based on the city manager's comments. So, Mr. Tibbetts, you're up first.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I think for me, Sean, you kind of alluded to this, I have incomplete information to really give any kind of a concrete direction. I'm particularly curious about the issues that Chris and I brought up to hear about before I kind of leap into some of the more cost-cutting measures that are going to directly impact our employees. But assuming, let's just say that the information comes back that we can't make more strategic investments in our unfunded liability or in just a more conventional investment method, I would be supportive of the $10 million option of PG&E settlement funds. As you can see, I do want to keep that money going towards our ongoing systemic budget problems to a minimum. I think that we need to address the systemic issues first. And that goes hand in hand with what I wanted to just reiterate. I've said it at the council before, that we become less reliant on sales taxes and we spread that out among other tax methods to make us more resilient and equitable in how we levy taxes. And management partners brought up the utility users tax. Absolutely. I would like to see us looking at a parcel tax to tax, so on and so forth. The one tax he did bring up that I do think is a good tool available to the council is cannabis. Although I am not quite ready to increase the tax on cannabis, and the only reason being is that I do not think we have enough of them in the city, and I do think taxation on cannabis businesses does have a direct correlation with the amount of new businesses we see. So I'd like to see us cast a broader net before we start increasing taxes there. I'd like to see us keep the real property transfer tax in housing and homelessness. That's an ongoing priority of the council. It's something that I kind of fought for a couple of years ago, and I'd hate to see that get clawed back. The other thing is, what do I have here in my notes? Sorry, I was pretty exhausted. One thing that came up is a cost-saving measure. Again, now this is getting more into the employee expense saving side, and I think Tom brought up a good point. We don't know how the employee groups feel, and I think we absolutely need to check in with them. But I would support discussions to introduce more civilian officers. And I also think that could potentially help with some of the community outreach type work that we've been discussing relating to homeless individuals and the mentally ill. I would support the overtime cap, but then look at, sorry, I can't even read my notes there, darn it. I think there was a comment that this management partners brought up about eliminating 25% of positions that become vacant in the next few years. I am supportive of that. And I put support number 21 for sure. I don't remember what that is after all that public comment, but number 21 I was supportive of as well. The retirement incentives is interesting to me. I'm not completely well versed in what that is, but if they are truly incentives, and if we think there's a group of employees out there that may be ready to go, but or maybe you're holding out for a couple more years and there's some sort of incentive that could work for them, then I'd be curious to learn more about that as well. That's all I have in my notes. Thanks, you guys.
Thank you, Mr. Tibbetts. Mr. Rogers, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll just walk through these. I have a lot of similar comments that Councilmember Tibbetts just had. Option 1, modify the business licensing tax. I would not be in favor of us going down that road right now. I think that the businesses, particularly our small businesses, are going to struggle enough through COVID-19, and I don't think we need to build our city's reserves on their back. Perhaps somewhere down the road we can talk about that, but I think now is the absolute worst time we could do that. 2, the renewal of the sales taxes, that's in progress. Obviously, we'll see how November goes. 3, I'm in favor of a master fee study, particularly seeing how we compare to other cities. 4, modification of the UUT, absolutely. And as I've discussed with Councilmember Tibbetts once or twice, I think that actually should be a target for our climate action subcommittee as a possible funding measure for our climate action plan that we've been trying to get moving. Limit the RPTT transfer. I would not be interested in going down that road. I think that right now that's where the need is. And to Councilmember Tibbetts' point, that has been a big fight for us to get that funding back. Go ahead, bring us options around cannabis, but I agree right now businesses, cannabis businesses are having a hard enough time making their cash requirements to actually get open. And so we'd have to take a good look at that. Yes to the possible civilianization of police, and in particular, the positions that we've talked about around homelessness and mental health, and bringing in specialists who are not particularly sworn officers, but would be able to get the job done. Modification of the work rules and special pay, I'd need more information on, and I would want to make sure that our labor partners were at the table. Reduce administrative support. I would need to know a little bit more about. It feels like by reducing the lower paid admin support is short-term savings, but ultimately takes the bureaucratic structure from a pyramid shape to more of an oval shape, where we have more middle managers picking up some of that work. I'd need to know what the impact of that is to our priorities as well, but let's go ahead and look at it. 10 is very, very close to 7. Which I said, yes, let's look at that. And in particular, I know we have a committee that's looking at all of that around police reform. For 11, the separation expenditures, yes. 12 for the health plan budgets, yes, but also, again, making sure that our employees are completely familiar with what we're doing there and how it will not impact their overall health plan. For 13, capping of health, I'd say probably not. I think that if that increases the cost of healthcare for our employees, that might be an area I'd probably not want to go, but I need more information on it. For 14, the overall organizational assessment, I think that is a long-term thing that we should be doing anyway. So let's go ahead and see where it makes sense to do that. For 15, the merit increases, I need a little bit more information, but that is something we should consider. For 16, controlling our overtime costs, absolutely. 17, maintain the frozen vacant positions, yes. 18, retirement incentives, if that makes sense as an investment to bring in the second tier of pensioned employees, then yes, let's look at that. 19, eliminating 25% of the vacated positions over 2 years. I'd need to know better how that impacts each individual department. I typically hate to have sort of a one broad response across all departments when we know that some positions in the city have a higher priority at the moment, given what we're working on. So I need to better understand what that plan looks like. But in concept, let's look at it. And then finally, 20, the capital funding, likely yes, but I need to know a little bit more. Looking forward to looking at those in long-term finance.
Thank you. Mr. Dowd, you are next.
I made some comments in this regard earlier this evening, but I think the foundational work that was put before us this afternoon and evening indicates that progress has been made, and my colleagues, Councilmember Tibbetts and Rogers, have gone through it item by item. The thing that I want to be sure is that we keep in mind our community as a whole, that we look for ways that we can keep the city financed well, but also support the local businesses and other things that are so essential in our community as we move forward and put the things that we can put in place and can afford to put in place as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sawyer, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I'll try to be brief here. I really appreciate the budget strategy summary. I was really concerned with where do we start? And I think that that's actually a pretty darn good place to start because of the low difficulty and high to moderate gain. I look forward to having more conversations about those areas where there is moderate difficulty or maybe even significant difficulty, but high gain. So we'll need to have some pretty, in our subcommittee, we'll be having some pretty strong conversations about some of these alternatives. We might want to tackle a couple of those. One thing that I will say is that I am not in favor of messing with RPTT. With this, that was a battle that was that took a lot of time and energy and thoughtfulness, and has to do with housing and homelessness. And that's one that I would not be looking forward to revisiting. But I think that everything else on this, it's a long list. We will have exhaustive conversations, I'm sure, about some of those. We may find ourselves going down paths that we didn't expect, but I really appreciate my colleagues' ability to go item by item. I'll wait for the subcommittee and then that longer conversation with the council to tackle those. So as far as the reserves contribution, that's another thing I'm going to have to hear more about. 10, 20, or 30. I'm struggling with that a little bit. So definitely need to have a little more conversation. I am one who is very much in favor of keeping our reserves at a high level. But I may find that there are other ways to shore up our reserves other than using these funds. So I'm looking forward to that conversation as well. So I will leave it at that.
Thank you. Mr. Oliveras.
Thank you, Mayor. Excuse me. I do greatly appreciate staff's presentation and also the work that's gone into this by management partners. I like the matrix they use with the low and the high, and and how we accomplish some of the things that we're going after here. For me, what is important, of course, is trying to minimize the reduction in services. We've done a lot of that already over the years, trying to manage all the disasters that we've had going on here in our community as well. So I want to try to minimize the impacts to our residents and, of course, our business community as well. But I think they've done a good job of outlining this and giving us some indication of where some of this can come from. I would hope that the committee can continue to work on and exploring some of the low, medium, high areas to see what those true impacts will be and see what benefits there are in moving some of these forward. You do have a lot of work to do in this area. And I'm also open to the discussion on the PG&E funds as well. I don't have a set amount that I would recommend, but I think that has to be part of your conversation when you meet to bring this back to us. But again, I think the important thing for me is the service reduction and trying to avoid that. Because again, we've done a lot of that already. Our community is taxed, so are our employees. Again, but I think a lot of good work has gone into this to give you some tools and hopefully some direction and coming back with some recommendation for the entire council.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Fleming.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to all of the council members for the great input so far. I'll try to go through each one of these as far as I have input on each of them. The business license tax is really interesting and something that I've talked with Peter Rumble about last year. My main concern about it as it currently stands is that it's regressive against small businesses, and in that it does not, it caps out pretty low for large businesses like our Costco's and our Targets, but the floor on it is pretty high as a percentage of gross receipts for our small businesses. So it's actually something that I think in all fairness, we could look at raising the ceiling on for our larger businesses. I would not be in favor of us looking at that going up at all for our smaller mid-sized businesses. But I do think we're leaving a lot of money on the table from these large Wall Street corporations that exist here in Santa Rosa. The sales tax measures, while I understand their importance, again, regressive, I do hope that we move toward the suggestions that Mr. Tibbetts had around parcel taxes and other types of taxes that are more equitable. And but I do understand the importance of that. However, I do think basing our whole model on the hope and a prayer that these tax measures pass is fraught. I do hope they pass, but the cost recovery, especially in planning and economic development, as I talked with Mr. Sawyer about this morning, is, I believe, a foolish idea. I think that planning and economic development, especially around, so many permitting processes, we should be turning on the spigot rather than expecting this department that ends up generating the vast majority of our revenue for our city. We ought not to be tightening the screws at a time when what we need is more investment in development rather than less. So absolutely not. If it were up to me, we would be looking at how we can lower the costs to enter and stay in business in the city of Santa Rosa, especially since, we do have a lot of regulations, and rightfully so, but we ought to balance out regulations with cost reductions wherever possible, because our businesses are providing us with the revenue to do all the things that we want to do. The UUT, I'll defer to my colleagues who think that that's a good idea. I am not in favor of rerouting the real property transfers. I do believe that that is a wise investment in our homeless services. Also, not in favor of increasing cannabis tax at this time. I believe that our cannabis industry is just getting its footing, and I'm glad for them. Let's give them a chance to get off the ground. And then absolutely with Civilianize, police and fire administrative services. Wherever we don't need a sworn officer to do that work, we should indeed use other trained professionals to do that work. And I know that we're working on that in our subcommittee. Costly work to on number 8, I thought that we needed to do more. We needed to confer with our labor partners before. I need to know more to say more about that. Administrative support, I also want to know more about how that would impact our service levels. I think that it's already been stated that service levels need to be the lens through which we look at this stuff, as well as our long-term financial well-being. So uncertain about that one. And then Civilianize, the 5 police officer vacancies, good with that. Require departments to offset separation expenditures. That one doesn't set right with me because that assumes that each department is funded the same and has the same financing, same inputs and so forth. And we know that that's not true. Some of our departments are on much better footing than others. So I would take a more of a scalpel rather than a machete to that one and see which departments can afford those types of offsets and which ones are not in such a position to do so. Reduce budget for health contributions. Anything that impacts our employees makes me nervous without conferring with labor groups. And same for capping health contributions. Conduct organizational assessment. That seems like it should always just be an ongoing thing that we do. Forego merit increases. I think we have enough trouble retaining our amazing workforce. I think that it's unwise to not reward people for their loyalty. For sure, and with number 16, to improve control of discretionary overtime, absolutely, let's do that. Also, it reduces our health and mental health expenses because people take the time off that they need. Maintain currently frozen vacant positions. That, again, is one of those scalpel versus machete things. I think it depends on the department, not on a blanket policy. It's a good way to look at things, but the assumption, again, is that each department has the same amount to spare as the next. And while I know none of our departments have extra, some are, more cut than others. And so I think we need to be very focused in our cuts. And then retirement incentives to reduce additional positions, so long as we're working with our labor partners and making sure that we're not putting people in bad positions, but that we're helping people to enjoy the next phase of their life. I'm all for that. And number 19, 25% of positions vacated over 2 years. Again, this goes back to the same thing I'm saying. It assumes that each department is in the same boat. I'm not against eliminating positions, but we need to look at where the departments are, what kinds of service levels would be impacted by that, and move on from there. Reduce increases in capital funding in the model. I'm generally not going to skip past that one to eliminate the 21, eliminate FTE annual increase in the model. My internet cut out during that part of the presentation. So the next bit I have is on the PG&E investment. I am all for using, I'm very interested to hear what the Long-Term Finance and Audit Committee comes back with in terms of their recommendation of the PG&E funding, and to what Mr. Tibbetts brought up earlier about an investment. I know that we are constrained by what types of investments we can make, but I am particularly interested in investing in infrastructure such as fiber and transit and things that libraries, roads, and sidewalks, things that we know bring us long-term revenue, as well as our downtown and monies to the Renewal Enterprise District. What I would love to see is a recommendation from the Long-Term Finance and Audit Committee that is really targeted and specific, and I will leave that in your capable hands. So thank you for hearing me out.
All right, thank you for that. The process that I kind of use just with the, not so much with the PG&E, but with our budget priorities, and just go with the numbers. So I either did the thumbs up, I can support with what I have right now. I'm kind of neutral with it, need a lot more information. And obviously, I think all of us need a lot more information about what the impacts of all these are. So I just throw that out as a caveat. And then there's three that at this point I cannot support. So I will start with the smaller numbers that are at this point, I really have a hard time supporting any increases to the business license fees for some of the same reasons that some of my colleagues had mentioned. Also, the real property transfer tax, number 5. After what we've gone through, I thought we just righted that ship, and I think it's a little premature to take a look at that again. And then number 20 with the capital improvement project. To me, I think if we start messing around with that and not adding more funds to that, we're just kicking the can down the road for future councils to deal with it. We know someone's going to have to deal with it. I would rather suggest we deal with it now. So I'm not in favor of 1, 5, or 7, given the information that I received tonight. The ones I'm neutral on were the two of them, number 7 and number 10, which was the police and fire admin and Civilianize the police officer position. I'm neutral on that at this point because I'm anxious to hear the information that I think we're in possession of now from the Cahoots model up in Eugene, Oregon. We're there with the public safety subcommittee. Let's see what that looks like to implement that. So that's why I'm neutral on those, to see what that model will come back with for what to look like in Santa Rosa. I'm also neutral on number 15, the merit increase. I don't know how many employees that involves. I know we had a dollar figure there, but against the impact of the employee, I want our employees to think this is a great place to work. And the fairness issue comes up for me that if last year someone got their merit increase, just because you're hired at a certain point, we're not going to give that same privilege that they've earned. I'm struggling with that one. All of the other numbers, and I'm not going to go through each of them, I'm supportive with what was presented today. Regarding the tax measures, and I know our item 14.1 will be talking about our council goals. So I'll mention this there also, and then also with the fiscal stability funding and services is one of our council goals. I was pretty specific, and I hear some other members of the council talk about that parcel tax. And I remember hearing from staff that's usually a 1 to 2 year process. I would like that to be involved in part of this. I'm not exactly sure what that takes to initiate the parcel tax. I know, or I believe it involves education. So I'd like to see that as part of whether it's one of these 20 that we saw here, or if we'll attach that during our council goals during item 14.1.
So quickly, Mayor, on the parcel tax conversation, we do want to bring more information about that. It has very specific usages and it cannot supplant. So we just have to be cognizant that it's not a replacement for already funding. The place where it may have its most dividend is in infrastructure and facilities. So we are working on that. I want you to make sure that the council's aware, but there are some, it's why it's a very specific tool. Not necessarily everybody's turning to that tool. There are limitations, just like with the investment strategy, but we will be back with additional information there.
Great. Yes, I'm very interested in exploring that option for our fiscal stability. And I think those are all of my comments on that presentation. I also really want to thank management partners and staff because it's kind of good news, bad news. What a comprehensive list of options we have. Sometimes, well, I know that's going to be a challenge here, and we're just starting to scratch the surface. So I hope council has given both management partners and staff enough feedback to kind of take our next step in this very challenging discussions. And I really look forward to some of the deeper dives as we progress throughout this calendar year. Mr. McGlynn, any other questions or anyone else from the presenters that you would like on this item before we move on to the next agenda item?
Well, Bob reappeared, so I'll defer to him before we close it out.
Thanks, Sean. No, the feedback was great. I took a lot of notes. That was really good to get the detailed feedback a lot of you were able to provide. We'll be working closely with staff, and this is going to come out in several phases, but we'll continue to be involved with that, and we'll see you at a subsequent meeting.
All right, thank you very much. And that concludes our study session for the evening. Madam City Clerk, are you okay to continue on a little bit more before we take another break?
Yes, I am.
Okay, could we do the announcement of roll call for our September 15th regular City Council session?
Councilmember Dowd?
Here.
Councilmember Tibbetts?
Here.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Here.
Councilmember Rogers?
Here.
Councilmember Olivares?
Here.
Vice Mayor Fleming?
Here.
Mayor Schwedhelm?
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present.
All right, thank you. Madam City Attorney, would you like to report on our closed session?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Somehow I blanked out there. Yes, Mr. Mayor, the council. Sorry, I'm having a little bit of technical difficulties. We met in closed session, council met in closed session, sorry about that. There were 2 items on the agenda. Item 2.1 was continued to a later date. The council did not discuss that item. Item 2.2 was discussed, and the council gave direction to staff. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Mr. McGlynn, anything else you want to report out on our study session that just ended?
No, I think we've covered it.
I would agree with you. Thank you. Okay, we have a couple of proclamations today. Item 6.1, and we'll first read all 3 of the proclamations before we take any public comment. First one up is item 6.1, Mr. Dowd, proclamation on Creek Week and Pollution Prevention Week. Mr. Dowd, you're on mute.
Thank you. Whereas throughout the United States, the week starting on the 3rd Monday of September is recognized as National Pollution Prevention Week, and whereas throughout much of California, including the Russian River watersheds, cities, counties, and other stewardship organizations are recognizing the 4th week of September as Creek Week. And whereas our pollution prevention practices are intrinsically linked to the health of our watershed lands and waterways, and whereas the City of Santa Rosa supports programs to reduce pollution, improving the environmental quality of our watershed, and provides our communities with the knowledge to the effective stewards of the Russian River watershed lands and waterways, and whereas the nearly 1,500 square miles of lands, 238 creeks, and approximately 350,000 residents of the Russian River watershed are connected and mutually support each other, making the Russian River, along with its tributaries and associated features, important resources to the people of Sonoma and Mendocino counties. And whereas pollution in the form of trash and debris, chemicals from industry and everyday living, and sediment from construction and many land uses and activities all have the potential to degrade the quality of life and the quality of resources within the Russian River watershed. And whereas the City of Santa Rosa, through our stormwater management program, strives to protect our lands and waterways through the ongoing pollution prevention outreach, which aims to raise awareness of the harmful effects of pollutants to our mutual systems. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Tom Schwedhelm, Mayor of the City of Santa Rosa, on behalf of the entire City Council, asks all members of our community to support efforts to protect and enrich our watershed health by participating in the many Pollution Prevention Week/Creek Week activities, and to take active steps to reduce pollution and care for our environment throughout the year. and do hereby proclaim the week of September 19 through 26, 2020, and the week of September 21-27, 2020 as Creek Week and Pollution Prevention Week.
Great, thank you so much for that, Mr. Dowd. Our next proclamation, Mr. Tibbetts, you have the proclamation regarding U.S. Constitution Week.
Thank you, Mayor. Whereas September 17th, 2020 marks the 233rd anniversary of the drafting of the Constitution of the United States of America by the Constitutional Convention, and whereas it is fitting and proper to accord official recognition to this magnificent document and its memorable anniversary and to the patriotic celebrations which will commemorate the occasion, and whereas Public Law 915 guarantees the issuing of a proclamation each year by the President of the United States of America designating September 17th through 23rd as Constitution Week. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Mayor Tom Schwedhelm of the City of Santa Rosa, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby proclaim the week of September 17th through 23rd as Constitution Week.
Great, thank you for that, Mr. Tibbetts. And our final proclamation, which is item 6.3, Bike to Wherever Days. Mr. Sawyer, I think you have the privilege of reading this one.
Thank you, Mayor. I love the name of this one. Whereas the bicycle is a healthy, convenient, financially, and environmentally sound form of transportation and an excellent tool for recreation and enjoyment of Santa Rosa's scenic beauty, local attractions, and friendly neighborhoods. And whereas Santa Rosa's roads and trails attract bicycles each year, providing economic, health, transportation, tourism, and scenic benefits. And whereas creating a bicycle-friendly community has been shown to improve citizens' health, well-being, and quality of life, and supports student health and learning. And whereas the growing economy of Santa Rosa is supported by attracting tourism dollars, improving traffic safety, reducing pollution, congestion, and wear and tear on our streets and roads. And whereas the COVID-19 pandemic and shelter-in-place orders have resulted in a large increase in the number of Santa Rosa residents riding bicycles, and whereas the Sonoma County Bicycle Coalition, the League of American Bicyclists, the Metropolitan Transportation Commission, and jurisdictions throughout the Bay Area will be promoting bicycling during the month of September 2020. And whereas throughout the month of September, the residents of Santa Rosa and its visitors can experience the joys of bicycling through free educational programs these organizations will be offering, such as team bike challenges and virtual events. And whereas these groups are also promoting greater public awareness of bicycle operation and safety education in an effort to reduce collisions, injuries, and fatalities and improve health and safety for everyone on the road. Now, therefore, be resolved that Tom Schwedhelm, Mayor of the City of Santa Rosa, on behalf of the entire City Council, invite all residents to participate on September 24th for Bike to Wherever Day and do hereby proclaim September 2020 as Bike to Wherever Days.
Great, thank you for that. And I'm so looking forward to seeing blue skies where it's actually safe and healthy to bike outdoors.
Yes.
So with that, we're now going to take public comments regarding the three just read proclamations, items 6.1, 6.2, and 6.3. If you wish to make a comment via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're dialing in via telephone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. Madam Host, would you facilitate the public comment portion of item 6?
Yes, Mayor. A countdown timer will appear for the convenience of the speaker and viewers. The first speaker will be acknowledged and invited to speak when the countdown begins. Please make sure to unmute yourself when you are invited to do so. Your microphone will be muted at the end of that countdown or at the conclusion of your comment. Okay, Mayor, I'm not seeing any hands raised. And excuse me, there were no voice message public comment or email or e-comment public comment. This concludes public comment on item 6.
All right, thank you very much. On to item 7, staff briefings. Mr. City Manager, do we have some staff briefings this evening?
We're going to start. The first staff briefing is 7.1, COVID-19 response update, and Amy Reeve, Human Resources Director, will provide a brief update.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm Amy Reeve, the Director of Human Resources for the City of Santa Rosa. I'm giving an update this evening to Council to provide a brief overview of the impacts COVID-19 has had on our workforce and to describe the steps our city has taken to provide support to employees during this challenging time. The city has created a quarantine pay code, which is provided to employees who are quarantining at home for one of the following two circumstances. Either the employee is a member of a vulnerable population, which would include being over age 65, or with a documented underlying medical condition, or because they have personally had symptoms or tested positive for COVID-19, or may have been advised by a medical professional to quarantine due to a close relationship with a person who's had a positive diagnosis. To date, the city has had 17 employees report that they have tested positive for COVID-19. We have not established a work-related basis for exposures, but are providing quarantine leave for treatment and recovery. In most cases, employees who have reported a positive test had not been in the work environment immediately prior to receiving the test result. 64 employees recorded the quarantine pay code on their timesheet during the last pay period for one of the approved reasons. In addition to determining the appropriate mechanism to keep employees in a paid status during the pandemic, the city has also created several work groups to address the internal and external needs of the organization related to COVID-19. The Wellness Work Group has distributed a variety of policies and communications to assist employees as they continue to work, return to work, or work from home. Additionally, the work group has developed best practices related to social distancing, masking, and cleaning protocols, and has communicated advice to employees per the recommendations of the County Health Office and Centers for Disease Control. Some of the policies developed thus far include the Sonoma County COVID-19 app and temperature check policy, the return to work and public counter guidance, the facial masking policy, training and policy on the Families First Coronavirus Response Act, or the FFCRA, the COVID-19 supervisory guidelines, and temporary remote work guidelines. After providing this brief update, I'm happy to answer any questions council may have about the work we are doing to ensure we continue to offer a safe and productive workforce during the pandemic and beyond.
Great, thank you for that presentation, Amy. Council, any questions on that? Seeing none, thank you so much. Mr. McGlynn, we also have a report on 7.2.
Yes, we do. 7.2, Community Empowerment Plan Update, Magali Tejas presenting.
Good evening, Mayor Schwaldham and council members. I'd like to provide a brief report on the Community Empowerment Plan. Today I will just be focusing on Goal 1. There are 3 goals, and today we'll just be talking about the progress that we made on Goal 1, and at a later date, be updating the rest. So just a brief sort of recap and overview for our community members who may not be familiar. If you'd like to get more information about the Community Empowerment Plan, please visit the City of Santa Rosa website, and there is a Community Empowerment Plan icon on the homepage. Click there, you can find all of these resources. Goal 1 was meant and identified to increase constructive and inclusive dialogue between leaders from the Black, Indigenous, and Latino communities in Santa Rosa and Sonoma County. We have a number of objectives that we are meeting and are set to meet. Objective 1.1, we are meeting, and which states we're developing a process for where we will regularly update the community on progress and updates on our planned efforts. And we're meeting this goal by listing all of our summaries from our listening sessions. They will be listed on our website. They'll also be listed on the newsletter and the community engagement social media page. In addition, Objective 1.2 was asked that we, by July 31st, of 2020 meet with 50 leaders in the community, and these would be Black, Indigenous, people of color. And we have since met with 97 leaders to talk about an outreach strategy around participation in the empowerment plan. Our objective 1.3 was to hold 5 listening sessions by August 31st, 2020, and we've since held 12 listening sessions. And we are also in process of meeting with more folks we are looking to meet with our monolingual Spanish-speaking communities, our Indigenous communities, our Ethiopian and Eritrean communities, as well as Asian Pacific Islander communities. We have had some dates that we've had to push back due to the fires, and that some of these sessions do take place in person, of course, using safety guidelines. So that has shifted back our original date, which is on objective 1.4. Our original date for our completion of our report was September 30th, but because we had to push back some of our dates with our community groups, our report will be ready and available on January 4th. And we still have the good thing about that is that we'll be able to add some of our additional listening sessions that we will, be adding to the roster. And just on some of these empowerment plan events, I just want to update everybody on the progress of our Multicultural Roots project, which was originally titled Santa Rosa History. These are stories from Santa Rosa's Black, Indigenous, people of color. We have this plan where we have, two very simple goals. One is to create visibility for Black, Indigenous, and Latino communities of color here in Sonoma County, but particularly in Santa Rosa. Also to recognize through historical stories from our BIPOC community, which is Black, Indigenous, people of color, contributions and impacts that have shaped Santa Rosa and the county. We will be launching that on October 8th. So if you have any questions, please feel free to contact myself or my team. My email real quickly is mthayes@srcd.org. We are also working on a project in collaboration with the Recreation Department staff and Santa Rosa Police Department that includes ethnic studies with our distance learning hubs and a youth cohort that we'll have more information on. And we're also assisting Santa Rosa PD's Chief Navarro with the creation of the Chief's Community Ambassador Team, a citizen advisory group to provide input on public safety issues in the community. And we are well on our way to working on our lowrider patrol car in partnership with Santa Rosa PD and the Sonoma County Lowrider Council. And that is the end of my report.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I will just say that having participated in many of those presentations, you and your team did a wonderful job with it. And I also like what's on the website with the update to those meetings I couldn't attend. I found the summary very helpful. Thank you so much for the work. I can't wait to see our next steps that we're taking. Council, any additional questions for Magali? Ms. Vice Mayor?
I just wanted to say awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing nothing else, thank you so much for that presentation. Mr. McGlynn, are there any other staff reports on item 7?
That concludes item 7.
Great, thank you. We're now going to take public comment on item 7, staff briefings. We had 2 of those. If you wish to make a comment via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're dialing in via telephone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. Madam Zoom facilitator, could you facilitate the public comment on item 7?
Thank you. A countdown timer will appear for the convenience of the speaker and viewers. The first speaker will be acknowledged and invited to speak. Please make sure to unmute yourself when you're invited to do so. Your microphone will be muted at the end of that countdown or at the conclusion of your comment. And this is your opportunity to speak on item 7, staff briefings, public comment. Okay, Mayor, seeing no hands raised, There were no voicemail message public comment or email or e-comment public comment.
All right, thank you so much. Moving on to item 8, City Manager, City Attorney's report. Mr. McGlynn, anything to report to council this evening?
I do not have anything to report.
Great, thank you. Madam City Attorney, anything, oh, there you are. Anything to report tonight for us?
No, I have nothing additional to report. Thanks.
Okay, with no reports, we'll move on to item 9, statements of abstention by council members. Are there any abstentions needed by any of you on council? Mr. Tibbetts?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to be abstaining from item 12.8, the homelessness proclamation of emergency, and 12.5 and 12.6. Those look like they're second readings of the ordinance from last week, and I wasn't present. So I'll just abstain from the entire consent calendar to make it easy on the Vice Mayor. Thank you.
Well, if I could check with Madam City Attorney, I think there has to be a reason to abstain from votes, and I just heard 3 of them. Can you offer some advice?
Yes, if you would state the reasons for your recusal on those items, and yes, I would recommend that you go ahead and participate in the remaining ones unless you have a reason to recuse.
Okay, then I just need to recuse from 12.8, 12.5, and 12.6.
And if you could state the reasons for those.
The declaration of homeless emergency consistently recused due to potential process efficiencies for the organization that pays my salary. Also on 12.5 and 12.6, I believe those are second readings of the ordinance from last week's council meeting, which I wasn't present.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. So abstain from 12.5, 12.6, and 12.8. Any other abstentions? Seeing none. Okay, on to mayors and council members' reports. Would anyone like to make a report today, this evening? Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So 2 quick transportation updates for folks. We had the Sonoma County Transportation Authority yesterday, where Rachel represented Santa Rosa City Bus with a fantastic presentation. We've already seen most of it, but it was an update on the impacts that COVID is having on our transit systems. She was joined by her colleagues at Petaluma City Bus as well as Sonoma County Transit, and it kicked off a discussion around greater collaboration, coordination, and the possibility of some integration between our 3 transit operators in the coming weeks. The Sonoma County Transportation Authority did appoint a subcommittee to look at those items, and in particular the ties, the study that Santa Rosa is very involved in. And I was appointed to that committee as well as to the chairship for that committee. So you'll see a number of updates over the next, hopefully, couple of months here as we begin that work. Last night, we also then had our second listening session for the SMART train, this time from the town of Windsor. And I will say, I think that more folks from Santa Rosa showed up to the Zoom call than Windsor. So glad to see that Santa Rosa is still very interested in the success of the SMART train.
And Mr. Rogers, just on those reports, because I participated in the first SMART one, will you be giving us a summary report at some point after you've heard all the comments from all the municipalities?
Yeah, I can definitely do that if that'd be helpful, Mr. Mayor. Just so that the rest of the council knows, because I know you heard this when you were on the call, the way that SMART is going to use those listening sessions is to take in all of the input from each jurisdiction about what they'd like to see. And then SMART will take that back and have individual study sessions on each of those items. So for example, we've heard a number of different suggestions around governance changes that SMART needs to make. We've heard a number of different suggestions around the scheduling that SMART needs to make. You'll see individual study sessions on all of those items, but I'll be happy to give sort of a comprehensive list to the council when this is all said and done on what the suggestions were that we had heard. Some of them good, some of them obviously negative towards SMART. we got to hear all of it. We've got to address all of it.
Great. Thank you so much.
And we're doing 10, just, 10 in Sonoma County and then probably 9 in Marin County. But I'm leading on the Sonoma County ones.
Great. Thank you. I really appreciated Smart taking the time and energy to host those meetings. And as I mentioned in the meeting, it really is that shared responsibility. And I'd be interested if there's things that the city of Santa Rosa or our community can do to make SMART successful. So thank you for those efforts. Mr. Tibbetts, you have something you'd like to report on? Nope. Okay. Any other council members or vice mayor have a report they'd like to report on? Mr. Sawyer, that wasn't a Keller Burnett. You do the ear. That wasn't a sign. No. Okay. Moving on then to approval of minutes. Item 11, the minutes from May 5th regular meeting.
This is the city clerk. We had one public comment on 10, one email submitted.
All righty. Was it on?
It was on the Public Safety Subcommittee 10.1.11.
Yeah, we did not receive a report out on that, so I'm not going to take a comment on no report. Thank you, though, for
noted. Thank you.
Know that. On to the approval minutes. Item 11.1 is the May 5th regular meeting minutes. Were there any changes, adjustments, or suggestions to those minutes? Seeing none, we'll accept those as submitted. Mr. McGlynn, consent calendar, item 12.
Yes, item 12.1, resolution, administrative recovery lien against the real property located at 378 Los Alamos Road. Item 12.2, resolution, amendment to the city classification and salary plan to reclassify 1.0 FTE fire inspector to 1.0 FTE assistant fire marshal, and 2, add 1.0 FTE limited term fire inspector ending June 30th, 2024, both in the fire department. Item 12.3, resolution, cooperative agreement between the state of California and the city of Santa Rosa for the improvements to the Highway 101 bicycle and pedestrian overcrossing. Item 12.4, resolution, approving a master professional services agreement with Skanska USA Building Incorporated and amending the master professional services agreement list. Item 12.5, resolution, waive council policy 000-06 and authorize the formation of the Community Advisory Committee of the 2050 Santa Rosa General Plan update. Item 12.6, ordinance adoption, second reading, ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa amending Title 20 of the Santa Rosa City Code to extend Section 20-28.100 Resilient City Combining District for a period of 3 years until October 9, 2023, file number REZ 20-006. Item 12.7, resolution, extension of proclamation of existence of a local emergency relating to the threat to the community health posed by COVID-19. Item 12.8, resolution, extension of proclamation of local homeless emergency.
Great, thank you. Council, any questions on the consent calendar? Seeing none, we're now taking public comment on item 12, the consent calendar. If you wish to make a comment via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're dialing in via telephone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. Madam Host, would you please proceed with the public comment portion for item 12?
Countdown timer will appear for the convenience of the speaker and viewers. The first speaker will be acknowledged and invited to speak. Please make sure to unmute yourself when you are invited to do so. Your microphone will be muted at the end of that countdown or at the conclusion of your comment. Okay, Mayor, seeing no live public comment. There were no voice message public comments or email or e-comment public comments. This concludes public comment for item 12 consent calendar.
All right, thank you so much. Vice Mayor Fleming, you have this item.
All right. I'm going to move items 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 7.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any additional questions? Seeing none. Madam City Clerk, could we please have a roll call vote for those items?
Yes, Councilmember Dowd.
Aye.
Councilmember Tibbetts.
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Oliveris.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Fleming.
Aye.
Mayor Schwedhelm.
Aye.
That motion passes with 7 ayes.
Thank you. And then I'd like to move items 12, 5, 6, and 8.
Second.
Motion by the Vice Mayor, second by Councilmember Sawyer. Any additional questions or comments? Madam City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Dowd.
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Oliveris.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Fleming.
Aye.
Mayor Schwedhelm.
Aye.
That passes with 6 ayes with Councilmember Tibbetts recusing.
Great, thank you for that. Okay, we've been at another 2 hours, so we will take approximately a 10-minute break. We will reconvene shortly after 7 o'clock. Madam City Clerk, you ready to resume?
Yes, I am.
Okay, let's see if that gets a couple more faces here. There's 1, 2, 3. Bam. Okay, Madam City Clerk, could you please do roll call?
Yes, Councilmember Dowd. Councilmember Tibbetts.
Here.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Here.
Councilmember Rogers.
Here.
Councilmember Oliveris.
Here.
Vice Mayor Fleming.
Here.
Mayor Schwedhelm.
Here.
Councilmember Dowd, have you joined us? Okay, let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Councilmember Dowd.
Great, thank you very much. So we're now taking public comments on item 13, non-agenda matters. This is the time when any person may address the council on matters not listed on this agenda, which are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. If you wish to make a comment via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're dialing in via telephone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. We'll take 10 speakers under item 13. If we have more than 10 public comments on item 13, the remaining speakers will be afforded the opportunity to speak on item 16, non-agenda matters, to provide public comment. I've also asked the city clerk to read the comment on item 10 that we did not have a report on under this item, non-agenda matters. So Madam Host, would you please proceed with the public comment facilitation for item 13?
A countdown timer will appear for the convenience of the speakers and viewers. The first speaker will be acknowledged and invited to speak. Please make sure to unmute yourself when you are invited to do so. Your microphone will be muted at the end of that countdown or at the conclusion of your comment. As the mayor said, this is your opportunity to speak on item 13, non-agenda matters. Seeing no hands raised, we'll move on to, there's no voice message, public comment, and we have one email public comment and the other comment that the city clerk will read. Madam City Clerk.
Thank you. So I'll start with the comment submitted by Lisa Brown on agenda item 10. The police are not the problem, the criminals are. We don't live in Mayberry. The riots across our nation and in our own city have created mayhem. Mayhem that deters tourists from visiting, shopping, spending, dining, deters tax dollars from being collected on hotel room occupancy, as no one wants to visit mayhem. Want to help our minority community? Encourage minorities to join the police force. As a victim and survivor of domestic violence, I cannot imagine being alive if not for the brave men and women that currently patrol our city. We need to allocate more revenue towards their department. Without this, we will see an increase in violence and property crime locally. Santa Rosa as a community has already suffered enough devastation over the past several years through firestorms, power shutdowns, shelter in place, and school shutdowns. How much more can we possibly withstand? Please do not cut police funding. It will just increase violent crimes. Our community has been through enough. When communities are expected to self-police, gangs form and strengthen mafia style. Gang violence happens when someone cannot call the police because they have warrants. So they turn to street justice to retaliate for perceived wrong. Don't think that you will only spiral out of control when no one can call the police because their funding has been cut. The voters of this city passed a measure to increase police funding. Do not decrease it. They also voted you into office. If you as a city council member vote to cut police spending or funding, I personally guarantee your city council seat will be challenged in the next election. And don't think, oh, she doesn't matter. She doesn't live in my area covered by my specific seat, because I will be happy to move if necessary to challenge you if you vote to cut police funding. When a new virus hit the stage, did we stop funding the medical professionals in order to stop the virus? No, that's illogical, as is the idea we should cut police funding to cut crime. We need to put more funding behind our police force in times like these, so they can get proper training, equipment, outreach, and alternatives to the use of deadly force in any situation. Comment submitted by Jeremy Miller. I had the opportunity to visit the Canine Companion site some years ago with my friend Jeffrey Musafian Mason, the well-known author of books about animal emotions, When Elephants Weep, and many others. We were both extremely impressed by this outstanding program, which is so beneficial to both dogs and their human companions. So it is with great horror that I read that you are planning to allow a macro tower on the CCI campus. I have spent a significant amount of time doing research on the effects of wireless radiation. The radiation emitted from close proximity cell towers is known to be immensely harmful to humans and animal species. I have attached an article I wrote about the plan to inundate our cities with close proximity cell towers, both 4G and 5G, which includes a discussion of their very detrimental impacts. I especially draw your attention to the links to research on health impacts on humans and animals, which are almost entirely about 3G and 4G, third generation and fourth generation radiation, the kind used in macro towers, since very little research has yet been done on 5G. A lot of focus of my article is on 5G, since that is excuse being used for allowing these ubiquitous 4G and 5G cell towers in residential areas when they were never allowed previously. My article just begins to scratch the surface of these detrimental impacts of all types of close proximity wireless. If you follow the links I included, you will see article after article discussing the harmful effects of these electromagnetic frequencies and cell towers. The latter are known to cause cancer clusters for people who live or work in the immediate vicinity, which you can see documented in the article I linked to by Sarah Benson. I wonder if you are aware that California law forbids the placement of cell towers on or near fire stations. This is a result of AB 57, passed by the legislature several years ago. The firefighters are very aware of the severe cognitive impairment caused by having cell towers on or near their stations and fought to have their stations exempted. Firefighters were also exempted from having cell towers near their stations in a more recent bill, SB 649, which went down to defeat. My medical writer, Susan Foster, organized a study of the neurological effects of cell towers on a group of firefighters who had a cell tower near their station. She discovered that 100% of them had evidence of significant neurological problems. Some have become so cognitively impaired. And that submits email comments submitted on item 13.
Great, thank you so much for that. On to item 14, report items. Mr. City Manager.
Item 14.1, report, adoption of City Council and Executive Team Goal Setting Final Report and corresponding work plan. First, while we bring the presentation up, I'd like to thank the Mayor and Councilmember Rogers for working with the senior team to develop a work plan to get us through, primarily through the end of the calendar year. It does stretch longer than that, as you can see in the detailed work plans. I want to talk a little bit about those before we get into the actual presentation. I also want to thank the senior team for working on this project with me. They will be, as we walk through the deliverables that are part of this presentation, they will be available to answer questions specifically about items that are under their purview or in their direct sphere of influence. As you'll notice as you go through the detail, there's a detailed work plan that is corresponding to each council priority. Those priorities are, those work plans help us track month to month deliverables as a staff. They'll be easy for us to be able to report out how far we've made progress and show where we might need some additional time. So the staff's commitment is to update those detailed work plans on a monthly basis. It's very easy because if something's been completed, it will be simply marked as completed. It'll also be a tool for the subcommittees, the ad hocs, and the task force, as well as the commissions to utilize to update progress against those priorities. Secondly, as you'll notice on the upcoming meetings list that were published this week, there's an adjustment that's been made. Not only are we reporting study sessions and report items, but we are also including consent items moving forward that are directly in relationship to the council priority set. So you will start to see on that upcoming meeting list those consent items that are attributable or directly related to the council priority work, which will allow the community and the council to track progress against those. After adoption tonight, we'll be working in the next week to make sure that there's a website, part of the website that has this information current, and we can begin the tracking against that progress. The last little item I just want to just remind council, as you heard earlier from Magali, there are real impacts, unfortunately, with some of our circumstances as we work into from the summer into the fall. We had a county fire and a subsequent power safety shutoff within the city. That does impact how we're able to deliver on such a very aggressive timetable. So as we discussed with the mayor and the council member, this is a packed schedule to get us through the end of the calendar year. And you will have to bear with us if the circumstances that unfortunately have impacted us over the last couple of years impact us once again in the fall. Hopefully we won't see that and we can keep to this schedule, but I did just want to make sure that we were all aware that it's contingent on not having power safety shutoffs plague us like they did last year. So if we can switch to slide 2, please. So again, this is the report from goal setting. You have the final report that was provided by our facilitator, Mr. Larson. Continue. These are the priorities that were outlined by the council at that session. And to remind the community, it was grouped into 2 sections: crisis response priorities, which included economic resiliency, including childcare, homeless, public safety priorities and reform, organizational diversity, equity and inclusion, fiscal stability, funding and services, and then a tier 1 of continuing priorities, which remain forefront of staff's attempt to address these issues, which include climate change, housing and affordable housing, and government and council reform. Next slide. So as I go through these slides, we may want to just take a moment to have staff ask questions if council wants to get further information from our senior team on these. But as you see, the first thing that will happen, which is under the economic resilience header, is by 9/29, there will be a presentation on the Enhanced Infrastructure District. That will be a study session our partners at PFM will join with staff to do that presentation. That's one of the essential revenue generators that you saw listed, and provides us an opportunity to address housing and infrastructure in the downtown location. Additionally, by mid-October on 10/13/2020, we'll have a presentation on the city bus discount fare programs. As you heard, Mr. Rogers, Councilmember Rogers indicate that's going to be presented by our great Director of Transportation, which is Rachel Eade. And then by 10/27/2020, we will have a presentation on the child care pilot program. So before I move, I don't know if there's any questions on those deliverables, but I just wanted to get through that first slide.
Council, any questions on our first goal priority? Not seeing any. Mr. McGlynn, please proceed.
So we go to the second slide, which finishes out this one. Moves to homelessness. On 12/1/2020, we're going to have a review of the Finley Temporary Shelter and understand what we learned from that process and what we might be doing moving forward to address the needs of our unsheltered community. Next slide. So under public safety, priorities and reform.
Really fast, Sean, just for the public's edification on that last slide, the study session, that doesn't mean that the council will be waiting on the sprung structure for Sam Jones Hall and the future of the Finley site. This is the review on the after the fact.
Yes, I will say that we are working with the contractor and developing a timetable for installation of that sprung structure, and we may need to return to council in the intermediate phase to discuss transitional time between Finley and the sprung structure. As we all know, construction is always a challenging endeavor. So on to the next public safety priorities and reform. By 12/15/2020, there will be an after-action report study session and a report on the use of force during the 2020 during the 2020 protests. And then by 1/31/2021, we'll have a report on police auditor solution sets. And by 3/30/2021, we will have a mental health collaborative program proposal for the council to review. That should synchronize us with the budget process. Any questions on those items?
Mr. McGlynn, why don't you just go through all the crisis response priorities, stop, and we'll get all the questions for any of those.
Okay, that's fine. We can move on to slide 7. Which is the organizational diversity, equity, and inclusion work. We will be bringing forward a contract for approval for a firm to assist us with that. We will be asking several council members, based on your order in the council selection process, the timing around that, to participate in the selection of the firm. Additionally, we will be working on community listening sessions, and that report is scheduled for 11/17/2020. Next slide. On fiscal stability and funding services, we got the initial general fund review and presentation of sustainability options. We will take the input generated and move that work back to the long-term finance committee after today. Then by 10/27/2020 was also detailed in that report. We will provide an update on the community input regarding the PG&E settlement. And then by the end of January, we will have a mid-year budget review, which is typically how we kick off the budget process and the goal setting for the following fiscal year.
Great. All right, Council, that is our crisis response priority list. Do you have any questions of the city manager or staff for any of those priorities and or the deliverables? Mr. Rogers, your hand is up. Is that from your previous comments? There we go. Any questions? Mr. McGlynn, I'm not seeing any. Let's move to the tier one.
I'm sorry, I can't seem to get in here.
Okay, Mr. Dowd, you have a question?
Well, on the slide regarding homeless, and it was talking about the Finley Center, I would like to have that response from staff to include the Samuel L. Jones enhancement, which is has selected a designer contractor, as well as the Finley, and then overall what we're doing with motel, hotel sightings. And then I'm sure all of you got one, but I've gotten emails regarding encampments on Piner Road and Sebastopol Road. And then of course we had the cleanup on the cancer survivors thing. So I'd like to have this umbrella, all the things that the city is doing.
To umbrella, that's fine. We will have to go back and evaluate the timing on that issue if we're going to expand the workload associated with it. We're happy to do so. We'll be prepared for that conversation, but I would need to evaluate that council member if that's the direction of the council, and make sure that we can meet all those deliverables by that date.
Okay.
Mr. McGlynn, wouldn't we be getting that? I know Director Gwine has been giving us updates about some progress on a variety of different, couldn't it just take that format? Because I know the HEAP and the HAC teams are continuing to meet.
Absolutely. We will look, as I said, we'll look at it. There might be a lot of ways to address that issue. But if there's a formal session, I want to make sure staff's prepared for a formal session. They're a little different than a report out. So if a report out is workable, we're continuing to do that work. If we need to schedule something that's more of a larger assessment, that's the clarity I would need. If we need to do that work too, it may be doable by the date on the calendar. I just want to make sure that it can be accomplished.
Great. And I appreciate your comment, City Manager.
Okay. Mr. Tibbetts, do you have your hand up too?
Yes, I do. Thanks, Tom. Sean, I was curious about, I know that the CARES Act money kind of became definite after we developed these crisis response priorities. I think these priorities pretty well encapsulate everything that the council discussed as a body. But at what point will we be discussing use of the CARES Act money? Will that happen in conjunction with the PG&E funds? But to me, it seems like that would fall under a crisis response priority.
So I believe that part of what's going to be brought back to the council, if we go back a couple of slides, is definitively right now is maybe one more slide, maybe one more slide than that. There is a child care pilot program that's going there, and if you'll look on the detailed work for the economic recovery, I assume that they're going to do some additional assessment there. That hasn't been programmed yet, but that was the message that was delivered today. Is that we have $2 million in CARES Act money that has not been assigned, and we're looking for direction from the task force that are out there about how they want us to approach that. It's not been scheduled yet because there would have to be research and work, but that's an example of one place where that is going.
You just said task force plural, or is it going to fall underneath the wheelhouse of the economic development subcommittee?
Well, there are multiple task force. We're going to make that message available that there is this work, and then the council will have to sort out what it intends to fund.
Okay. All right. Again, I just want to make sure that the council as a body gets the opportunity to weigh in on how some of those funds should be appropriated into what. All right. Thank you, Sean.
All right, any other council questions for the crisis response priorities? Not seeing any other hands raised. Shall we move on to the continued tier 1 priorities?
Yes. So as there are, there are multiple things that the climate action programs that will be addressed through consent items and other items on climate action. And I know that committee will be meeting again soon to map out direction, but I just wanted to highlight some items that will be coming forward for council review or action over the next quarter. By 10/23/2020, there's a study session on shared mobility devices, which will be offered by the Transportation and Public Works Group. By 11/10/2020, we will have a public hearing on the Sonoma County Zero Waste Resolution. Move forward a slide. By 11/17, we're planning to bring back the results of the microgrid study and energy audit for our facilities and see where we can start to make potentially strategic investments to address our own energy use. By 12/8/2020, we will be having a public hearing on the reusable and compostable foodware ordinance. Next slide. Then on housing and affordable housing, by 10/13/2020, we will be bringing forward the Downtown Station Area Plan and EIR certification, a very strategic part of our Housing for All approach. By 11/17/2020, we will be bringing a Resilient City Development Measure Ordinance update, specifically about zoning and design guideline amendments for the downtown. And then by 12/15/2020, some strategic infill development agreements. Move forward. And then government and council reform, certainly last on the list, but not least in any way, shape, or form. By 10/27/2020, we will be bringing forward it could be a combination of a study session and a resolution, but there will be a conversation and action item involving the open government ordinance.
Great. Thank you for that presentation. Council, any questions regarding the Tier 1 continued priorities and deliverables? Not seeing any. Mr. McGlynn, before I go to public comment, do you have any other comments on this presentation?
No, I do not.
All right, thank you. We are now taking public comment on item 14.1. If you wish to make a comment via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're dialing in via telephone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. You'll have 3 minutes. Madam City Host, would you please facilitate public comment on item 14.1?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. A countdown timer will appear for the convenience of the speaker and viewers. The first speaker will be acknowledged and invited to speak. Please make sure to unmute yourself when you are invited to do so. Your microphone will be muted at the end of that countdown or at the conclusion of your comment. And this is your opportunity to speak on item 14.1, adoption of City Council and Executive Team Goal Setting Final Report. Seeing no hands raised, there were no voice message public comments and 4 email or e-comment public comments.
I mean, we only had 3 email comments. One was eliminated because the person provided a voicemail comment. So I will proceed with reading those. Comment submitted by Jennifer Collins. I live in the heart of Santa Rosa, literally a stone's throw from City Hall and against the Prince Memorial Greenway. Over the years, the Greenway has become a campground and dumping area of the homeless, but in the last year, it has gotten to such a level it has become unbearable for people who choose to enjoy this beautiful park and live next to it. There's trash everywhere. Besides what the homeless leave, I've seen what looks like illegal dumping of household and restaurant garbage, like full sacks of household trash, large 3-gallon jugs of canola oil and window screens, as well as human feces, broken tents, sleeping bags, clothes, and all manner of other things. We residents used to go to the creek every weekend to try and keep the trash down, but it has been coming back so fast that it is no longer safe for us to do it. Being jabbed with a needle and cleaning up human feces dumped behind our house on a Saturday, just trying to keep our neighborhoods nice, is no longer tenable. Drug dealing by people coming to or through this area, not those living here, is blatant and constant, literally within sight of City Hall. Video footage evidence to prove this exists and has been shared, but nothing has been done. What are the city's plans in these goals they speak of on protecting public spaces and our neighborhoods? Homeless camps are simply pushed from one area to another, but in the meantime, they are left to dig in and establish large encampments full of trash, graffiti, prostitution, and drug paraphernalia. Are there not signs that say camping is not allowed in the creek? Don't parks have open hours of sunrise to sunset? Why let them set up camp in the first place? How long do we have to endure finding human wastes of all kinds in our neighborhood before it pushes us all the way, driving down property values, scaring businesses away, and creating permanent blight? Currently, there are several dozen homeless camped in the Greenway between Santa Rosa Avenue and Pearson Street. At least a dozen of those campers are in a well-established encampment under the freeway in the creek. Where are all these people going to the bathroom? The porta potties have been removed and the bathrooms in the fish park are locked. Well, they go in the creek. I have personally found piles of feces behind our house. The stench filling our backyard, and during my bike rides, it's everywhere that allows someone to crouch down. Where does their garbage go? In the creek. They've even cut down 2 trees by the freeway in order to create a bridge to walk from one side to the other. There is also evidence that they have been burying something in the creek bed under the freeway with random piles of dirt and channels dug into the creek bed. Comment submitted by Charlotte Vrobel. My name is Charlotte Vrobel, and I live on Sonoma Avenue near the Prince Memorial Greenway. My goal for Santa Rosa homeless is to have the rights of downtown residents be taken into consideration by the City Council, Mayor, and Santa Rosa Police. It is not working to permit camps in our creeks, parks, sidewalks, and streets. There needs to be another approach besides letting things be until it becomes a significant enough health concern for the homeless persons and neighbors to finally warrant action from the city. We residents deserve a safe, healthy, and enjoyable living space just as much as other residents in Santa Rosa. I am concerned that many Santa Rosa city policymakers do not live in neighborhoods affected by homelessness and do not understand the challenges and urgency we downtown residents experience daily. I ask you to imagine how you would feel if you encountered the following on your street on any given morning: drug deals in broad daylight, garbage dumping and litter, syringes, human feces and toilet paper, unsafe persons yelling at you, your car being vandalized, drunk and or stoned individuals loitering. This is the reality for many of us living downtown, especially near parks, creek paths, or homeless resource centers. I think it's time to admit that the current approach to homelessness in Santa Rosa is unsuccessful, though well-meaning, and that new views and ideas must be considered. Thank you. Comment submitted by Justin Rowell. Homelessness. I am a homeowner living on Sonoma Avenue, and my house backs up to the south side of the Prince Memorial Greenway and Santa Rosa Creek. My goal for the homelessness in our city is to see an end to sanctioned and unsanctioned camping along our creekways. Yesterday, I walked on the creek path directly behind my house and encountered 3 piles of human excrement with toilet paper, piles of litter and debris scattered along the sidewalk and down into the creek, all within a 50-yard stretch. This is unacceptable treatment of our public waterways and riparian ecosystems. The garbage and human waste that ends up in the creek disrupts local habitats here and will eventually make its way to the Laguna de Santa Rosa and the ocean. I support a zero-tolerance policy for camping along the creek pathways. Camping there is not a solution to the lack of housing or beds available. It is creating another environmental problem for our city. Additionally, local residents feel unsafe walking along the creek because of the garbage, drug use, prostitution, and volatile individuals living there. Thank you for addressing this important environmental and human health concern. That ends email comments submitted for item 14.1.
Great, thank you. Bring it back to council. Any additional questions for the city manager? Seeing none, Mr. Rogers, you have this item?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will move acceptance of the item, including the timeline as laid out by the city manager.
Second.
I had a motion by Mr. Rogers, a second by Mr. Sawyer. Any additional comments? I would like to make some for both the city manager and city staff. Thank you for the work that you've done on this to actually, my hope is that it is going to fine tune our efforts. And so we're all swimming in the same stream, in the same direction. I think this really will help us. And also let my colleagues on council know at tomorrow's mayors and chair, used to be a luncheon, but I'll meet with all the chairs of all the boards and commissions. And I will be sharing, making the assumption this is going to pass. I'll be sharing with those goals, because I'm a firm believer that it's just not the 7 of us and the staff that need to implement this, but it's all our boards and commissions, total team effort. So I will be sharing this information, whatever we come of it, at tomorrow's meeting.
Mayor, can I just add something? This is an incredible amount of work to put timelines and the goals into this kind of format. And I want to thank you and Councilmember Rogers and city manager and all the staff that came together to put this together. It is very comprehensive. It's serious. A great deal of effort is going to not only took place to put it together. It's going to take a lot of effort on this part of this council to implement these various goals. And so thanks to all involved. This is really a major piece of work, and the product is very high, and I appreciate it.
Great, thank you. All right, Madam City Clerk, could we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Councilmember Dowd.
Aye.
Councilmember Tibbetts.
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Oliveras.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Fleming.
Aye.
Mayor Schwedhelm.
Aye.
That motion passes with 7 ayes.
Great, thank you so much for that. All right, item 15, we have no public hearings. There are no written communications. Item 17, public comments on non-agenda matters. Madam, since we just read this several times, Madam City Host, could you facilitate and see if we have any public comments on non-agenda matters?
A count timer will appear for the convenience of the speaker and viewers. The first speaker will be acknowledged and invited to speak. Please make sure to unmute yourself when you are invited to do so. Your microphone will be muted at the end of the countdown or at the conclusion of your comment. This is your opportunity to speak on item 17, non-agenda matters. Please dial *9 to raise your hand if you are dialing in. I see no hands raised. There were no voice message public comments and one email or e-comment public comment. Oh, no, sorry, that was from 13. That concludes public comment on item 17, non-agenda matters.
Great, thank you so much. Having no further items to discuss, we will adjourn the September 15th Santa Rosa City Council meeting. Thank you all for your participation.